morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, that's Johnny. And I'm sorry, I have you down in the mix from the intro. We'll get you back up there in a second. Welcome to the show. Very, very busy. Lots of things to talk about. I have notes all over the place, clips to clip out already. It's going to be a very good show. You're not going to want to miss this one. Like, thumbs up, subscribe, whatever you need to do to show your support for the Steel Toe Morning Show. Go ahead and do that now. No matter when you're listening. Starting out a little light goal-wise, 310. That's nice. That's a nice start to the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Contribute any way you'd like to. And let's nail that thing early today and do 30 minutes of extra time. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning.
I am, I'm exhausted. I tell you, every time April does that Simpcast, I stay up way too damn late. I stay up way too late. I end up watching too much garbage. Yesterday, I scored like 3 boxing matches from 2007. I went on YouTube. I pulled up 3 fights that were considered difficult to score back then. This is what I do sometimes. And I went on my little scoring app on my phone and I scored them. That's what I stayed up late for. April on
Jesus, you're a nerd.
Yeah. April on Simpcast and me judging old boxing fights.
Yeah, because I'd like to hear like, hey, look, that split decision that you always argued.
Yeah.
Imholt rated it.
Yeah.
One.
It's all settled. And by the way, I rated a split decision from 2000 something. Samuel Peter versus James Toney. It's a very controversial fight. Samuel Peter got the split decision. A lot of people thought Toney deserved it. And then I watched the fight. You know what I found out, Johnny?
What's that?
It really could have gone either way. That's the bitch of it all. Is you go and you watch the thing, and you're like, all right, I'm going to settle this thing once and for all. And then you go and you check it out and you go, really is kind of, good fight. I could see, you make an argument for either one. Not going to get mad at you. Oh, man. And then now Omega Wolf says James Toney was robbed. See, Johnny, if you're a boxing fan, these fights are still fresh in people's minds.
Well, if you thought somebody should have won and they got robbed, you're never going to let that go.
No.
Because that's your guy and he got cheated.
I scored it 114, 113 for James Toney. And I'm sure if I watched it again, I could score it 116, 111 James Toney, or I could score it 114, 113 for Samuel Peter. So I did that. And then I turned on Jonestown Paradise Lost on Amazon. And so if I'm tired today, if my eyes look heavy today, if I look like garbage, don't worry, guys. It was all worth it. I did it for really good reasons. I almost pulled the trigger on watching the big George Foreman movie, but I couldn't handle all that excitement in one night.
Yeah, that's too much in one day, man.
Yeah,
you gotta tone it down.
Earlier in the day, I watched 3 episodes of Law and Order SVU. So it was too much. It was too much. I overdid. I overdid. Don't fall asleep on me just because I'm talking about scoring Peter, Toney.
I'm not falling asleep on you. I'm getting mildly distracted by a cat yowling in the background. I apologize.
Okay. Good. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole, says you'd be better off practicing your golf swing, you hacker. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Or my fuck stroke, am I right? Lord knows.
Speaking of which, do I need to smell your dick? I mean, the internet was getting pretty weird. Do I have to check anything before we begin?
I gotta say, between tweeting some very funny jokes about Thursday and then our fucking banger of a show we had on Friday, both of them doing very well, by the way, so thank you. Between all that, I had to watch people get enraged that I wasn't in a shame spiral over what was, as Bob Levy texted me and said, remarkably good radio. He's like,
yeah, dude, it was a funny bit.
He's like, it was a really funny segment of radio. He's like, and I'm like, do these amateurs not understand? To make something good, you don't always have to be comfortable. Sometimes the best shit comes when you're knocked off balance a little bit and you have to respond to it. And we got some great stuff out of it. So it was an amazing segment. It was a really good show. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole says the follow-up on Friday was a banger of a show. People who hate you have a hard time deciding what tact they're going to take. Like if you don't talk about it, oh, he's scared, oh, he's rattled. If you joke about it, they go, he's got to be coping. It's like, are you saying this for me or are you saying this for you? Because you seem, as April and I said this weekend, you seem a lot more invested in this than anyone else is.
And it's weird because you're coping if you lean into it and you joke around with it. So apparently you can't have fun with it. Yeah. You're automatically coping. Yet, meanwhile, they who have a vested interest in a set outcome are not coping at all. We're like, no, it still fits this way. It just
yeah, it's not a cope to go, no, him joking about it is fine. It's totally okay. It's all part of the plan. It's all okay. I'm still good. It's still, it's it's a little bit of projection, but here's where it's okay. You act like a 14-year-old at a skate park. Like everything always works out the way you said it was. Everything's always working out your way. It's like if we joke about it, then no, this is totally fine. It's like when an end of the world predictor fucks up his date and he's like, nah, it'll just happen later. Don't worry. Dime Card says, I thought I got Johnny fired. We went back and we looked at the books and we were able to swing it, but you got to really keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to get Johnny canned. Dime Card made a joke about how much you make yesterday. And I went, he fucking better not be making that much. And I checked it and it was more than what he said you make. And I went, we're going to have to clean house because we cannot sit here with this kind of money just sitting there.
Flying out the door.
Going into this guy. So no, Dime Card, we worked it out. I called the accountant. It's okay. David Allen Toe says, haters drink Coca-Cola. I don't use the term cope. I'll tell you why. It's like the word cuck. It's like the word grifter. Everybody uses it wrong. So
its value has decreased so much now.
Its value has completely lost all meaning. It's terrible. Nobody Likes Onion says, be careful with Bob Levy. I think he means Levy. It says leaving. Because during the BS show, when they covered the Thursday show, it was the complete opposite of what he was saying versus what he told you in the text. I don't know, man. He texted me. Look, here's the truth. Bob texted me, said, it's great radio. Fuck these people. They just hate for no reason. The whole deal. So, that's what Bob said personally. So I'm going to believe that. I think on his show, he might be doing a little bit of performance, a little bit of entertaining. Lord knows I understand that. But, dude, you cannot argue. We were fucking hot topic, man. This show was talked about, played, replayed. When you do good segments, when you do good radio, people fucking talk about it. That's for sure. It wasn't me with a puffy eye and an oil can, that's for sure. It was us creating remarkably compelling content on this show.
Yet somehow, once again, the phrase "don't fuck with Kumia" was involved. I don't get.
I did yell "don't fuck with Kumia," but that was more me begging April.
Yeah.
Jake says people hate it, man. It is a beautiful thing. But here's the other deal. This show has been around so long. The internet is kind of a baby to this, and they don't really understand Steel Toe yet, and they will get to know it. But in our almost 10-year history now of being Steel Toe, I don't think that moment ranks in the top 50 of uncomfortable moments on our show. Like, this show has had a fuckload of embarrassing, cringe moments that had to then be moved on from, which is part of the fun of doing radio. Labglass says the real question is, does Johnny always come when you two bang? I don't really care if he does.
Yeah, I'm not really involved. They don't. I'm not given they don't give me the minutes or anything like that. I'm not.
Does the does the cellmate in prison care if the guy he's, I just bend Johnny over the bag of rice, cut his butthole with a box cutter, and go to town. What do you want from me? It was a very exciting weekend. Look, man, it was very busy. We rattled all the right people. We made all the right jokes. We got all the right reactions. But I'm very excited to find out what they come up with next. I mean, have they gone with I'm gay yet? Because we could go with that. I mean, I could probably give them some kind of opening. Probably my
I've been
butthole.
saying that April's a beard on my show for months.
So they could go with the gay thing. They have to be careful, though, because they're running out. None of their shit seems to work, and they're burning through it too quickly. So we could go gay. Can't really go embezzling money. I'm not Red Bar. Could go with, well, I've been failing for 10 years. So, the failing one is kind of burned out.
The most upward failing trajectory I've ever seen.
Yeah, the failing thing. I've been failing for like 10 years. When's this fucking going to end? Yeah, I don't know. I think they might be running out of stuff, but we'll see. I believe in them. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, I didn't know Steel Toe was sponsored by Nike. They're going to come for your livelihood if they see that. Phil Knight is coming for you. This is the softball team we sponsored. Chose this shirt and then wanted us to put all the Steel Toe stuff on it. So that's what I did. When the team asks, Steel Toe provides. Thank you, Hobo Chili Recipe, for starting us off this morning. We are 3:05 away from knocking it out. So thank you, boys and girls. If you feel like making a wonderful contribution to Steel Toe, we would appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships. Matt Fields reminding us, Jesus Christ, Aaron, no horny talk this early.
Yeah, there's too many people that can't keep it in their pants already on this whole thing. We shouldn't start out the gate. They have the stamina to last 4 hours in there right now.
I have difficulty cleaning my butthole, says the most embarrassing moment on Steel Toe is when you wear your gay Viking pants. See, my clothes, far more embarrassing than anything else. Oh, boy. So, yes, I was very excited that we got so much commentary, so much press, so much attention. Thursday and Friday's shows were off the charts. Hopefully today is off the charts as well. We certainly have a lot of shit going on. Some people tried to bring back Stuttering John, and it didn't work. Like trying to raise the Titanic. We'll mention that quickly. My influencer boxer training career is about to begin. I found out this weekend. Mr. Beast was invited to go on the Titan. Best career move he ever made. Not going, hey, I've got a $500,000 challenge if these people can make it back to the surface in this submersible. Like and subscribe to Mr. Beast. And we have a Bam Margera update. Johnny, I just have to say, when it comes to giving Bam Margera any benefit of the doubt, that day is dead, dude.
Oh, no.
That day is dead. We're going to talk about it later in detail, but left rehab early to go to
a bar.
Las Vegas.
Oh, God. So just straight up going to get some drugs and get fucked up.
If the bar was a place, yes, that's where he went. So we are going to, like I said, we got a lot of stuff. Plus, you got that Wagner Mercenary group revolt in Russia, which I don't really know what to make of that. I have a conspiracy theory that a lot of other people have come up with. I think that might have been Russia and the Wagner group working the CIA for some money, but I could be wrong. Let's go ahead and catch up with you guys and then on to the rest of the program. Triple N says it's actually a little sad how badly they want Stuttering John back. We'll talk about that. We'll get to all of it. I have a feeling a lot of us agree on where that went. Griddle Gorilla says Bam seen in Las Vegas Zoo with frog in hand. Poor frog. Frog caught a contact high. Lip Ripper says Vida Las Vegas, Vida La Bam. I think he means Viva. Matt Field says this was all a work and the marks are eating it up. Yeah, the Wagner thing, I think so too. J-Rock says, has April come yet? I don't know. I'll check with her. She's been by herself long enough, probably. Oh, you mean with me? No, heavens no. I don't, I got to be honest with you, J-Rock. I don't even know why. Because, like, when I fuck Johnny, I don't really care. I mean, look, I'm getting mine. You guys got to take care of yourselves. You guys are fucking adults, Figure it out.
I'm fucking or we're fucking, but either way, fucking's happening.
Yeah, some fucking's happening. So maybe, Jay. But as Johnny said, if you want to join the rest of the internet in sniffing my penis, you certainly can try that. So Saturday, I made one of my jokes. Or no, it was Saturday. Saturday, I made one of my jokes that the people who don't like this show got very mad at. I made a little joke tweet. I went to the gym Saturday, and somebody from my Thursday night sparring sessions was in the gym doing bag work. And I was in the gym doing bag work. So we looked at each other. We said, you want to just go in the ring and spar and get a better workout going? So we did about 5 rounds. And that fucking gym, man. The reason I love it is the reason I almost died. The gym I go to is one of those old school sweat boxing gyms where you got 2 rings on either side of the room, a big middle section of the room with a shitload of heavy bags and timers and ropes and all the other shit, weight rooms upstairs and all that. Well, it was humid as hell all weekend in Minnesota. We were supposed to get a bunch of rain. We got a little. It was very hot and humid. And in that gym...
They don't really crank the AC at the gym now, do they?
AC, what's that? So it is torture in there. And we spar 5 3-minute rounds. And just fucking... I mean, it was the lungs, fine. The body, fine. But it's one of those humid, sweaty heats that you sweat so much and all of a sudden you start getting the headaches and shit like that. So we do the 5 rounds. I take a picture of the ring and I say, they say you can either be a good lover or a good fighter. In unrelated news, I got 8 really good rounds of sparring in this afternoon. So we did 5. I did another 3. I said, in unrelated news, I got 8 really good rounds of sparring in this afternoon and tagged April in it. There's the ring. I do not use that scale. I do not want to know what the number is. So I make that tweet and just a fun little, hey, fucking tweet, coming tweet, shit like that. Having some fun.
A joke.
A fun little
most
joke.
Most places, it's a goof, guy. It's a fucking goof.
Fun little joke. Until... Rich from Review Tech USA saw it. Rich from Review Tech USA, I guess, still fighting the quartering. There was some stuff with Keemstar and what Rich was saying about the fight and is it on, is it off? I guess it must still be on. Rich from Review Tech USA saw the tweet. Now, you'll remember I offered to train Rich for his fight with the quartering. And then...
He immediately went and asked someone else.
And he did agree to work with us after he asked Sam Hyde first. So, look, it is like somebody asking somebody else to the dance first, but the person they asked is way more popular and attractive than you. So you're like, all right, is my pride hurt? Yes. Do I understand? Sure. So
they're picking you because you're the best of what's left.
Exactly. I was still stag. And so he asked me. Well, Rich saw this tweet. He retweeted it and said simply, soon. Now, I am very excited at the notion of training Rich and then watching him beat the quartering. I mean, to have something to do with the quartering getting beaten up in a legitimate fight, I'm very excited about the prospect. I don't want to see, look, I don't want to see Jeremy from the quartering like beaten up on the street. I don't want to see anyone assault him or do anything bad to him. That would be fucking awful. This is a radio show. We're fucking around here. But if Jeremy from the quartering goes into a sanctioned bout and I can have something to do with him getting beat and the guy who trained him was Sam Hyde, well, that sets up a lot of interesting subplots from that fight.
Wait a minute. Sam Hyde's training Jeremy from the quartering?
Yes. And we are going to at least partially train Rich from Review Tech. I mean, obviously, if he comes here for a few days, we can't get like a whole training camp in with him.
Right.
But we can teach him some things. I'm confident enough I can get him enough stuff that he can win the fight.
This is how you sneak a ball shot. Boom.
This is how you hold on one side when the ref's over here, block his view, and then take a few free whacks at the head over on this side. So he tweets out soon, which means we're about to do this thing. Rich from Review Tech is coming up here. That on top of the fact that Alex Stein has also said that he will come up to Minnesota and he will train some. I've seen some of Alex's videos he's putting up from his time in the boxing gym and his work on the heavy bag, and I'm gonna use one word that we're gonna make sure we teach when Alex comes here. He's got to tighten. Got to tighten up. I see him work.
He lets his arms hang out too much.
Well, when people work the bag, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to do two things. In your mind's eye, you've got to draw that center line in the bag. You got to keep your head on either side of it. And number two, you got to hit the heavy bag like it's got arms. And you've got to anticipate that heavy bag.
You got to be ready to defend.
A lot of people, they post video of themselves hitting the heavy bag. Oh, man, they're just wailing away, and look how hard I can hit and everything else. The heavy bag is not about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. No, the bag is for technique. The bag is to work on your technique, your offense, as well as your defense. We're going to get him in here. We're going to get him sparring with some of the boys. We're going to get these guys ready to kill. It's going to be great. So Rich texting that over the weekend made me very excited about the boxing, what do we call it? The influencer boxing training career that I'm about to embark on. And then, naturally, if the quartering beats Rich from Review Tech, we have a natural redemption arc that I would then need to complete, make my comeback.
Of you versus Sam Hyde.
Fighting, or Jeremy from the quartering first, and then getting revenge for Rich, and then, of course.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, no offense to Jeremy from the quartering, but I didn't suggest that as a fight because I don't think it would be. I get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. But, I'm not trying to stroke your ego too much. I'm just saying I don't think it would take much to put a resistance up against him. And let's just say I'm pretty sure you could pull that off.
It's, look, I mean, Mike Tyson got to fight some Peter McNeelys. I mean, it's just sometimes you need a tune-up.
He was handpicked.
Exactly. So, yes, I'm very excited for that to start up. Rich, Alex. We're going to get Alex to beat Modine. We're going to get Rich to beat Jeremy from the quartering. And somebody said it in the chat, and I can't find it anymore, unfortunately. It's too far down. The chat's far too busy. But it's... oh, God. Here we go. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole. I wanted to hang in for just a second and find it. He said, you'll teach cardio. Cardio will always win with those fat fucks. You just get these guys sparring 3-minute rounds, because I guarantee they're going to do 1.5 or 2-minute rounds. You just get these guys sparring 3-minute rounds. You get them biking. You get them running. And that alone, I told Rich, I said, cardio alone can win you this fight. You just keep pressing forward. You just keep your hands up. You keep jabbing your way in. You'll win this fight just by him getting exhausted. But number two things you teach a new guy. If you don't have much time to teach someone stuff, teach them keep the hands up, teach them a jab, get their cardio up. You get those 3 things for a first fight against someone else who doesn't really know what they're doing, you've got yourself a win.
But do we know that Jeremy doesn't know what he's doing? I mean, after he's done selling his shocking and amazing coffee online, he might, go, like, I don't know, spar, box. He could be doing some Greco-Roman wrestling shit. I don't know. This guy could be like, Fight Clubbing it when he's not online. We don't know. Maybe that's where all the energy goes, is punching other people in the face when he's off air.
Maybe Jeremy has been in underground fight clubs all this time. You're right. And we didn't know about it. Well, guess what? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. The Gravy Show says, I've been wanting to punch the quartering for years. Let me get to the front of the line. Well, you gotta make it.
There are so many people who are going to be like living through either Jeremy or Rich in this fight. Like, just hit him in the face.
Yeah. Jim Matt Fields with a good point. Who's Jeremy from the quartering? Do you mean boring Jeremy? Yes. I do mean boring Jeremy. I'm sorry. I apologize. A lot of people know him from a different name. and that's my fault. Matt Fields also with $4.99 says, it's been hot. Something is wrong with the weather. It hasn't broken 75 in Southern California. I guess Greta was right. Hell is freezing over. Well, no, California has to hit 32 for hell to freeze over. So you're still fine.
It's cooling right now.
Enoch Valdorian says Jeremy is Meatloaf in Fight Club.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Yeah, his name is well, only in death do we get a name. But as far as the Jeremy Rich thing, I'm excited. The Alex Stein Modine thing, I'm also very excited, and I hope those guys make it up here sooner rather than later, because it's going to be really, really fun. And again, gives the gym a little, the gym gets to work with these guys.
A little rub.
Gets a little rub from that. We get a little rub from working with these dudes. If they lose, I want to be very clear. They're only coming here for a short amount of time.
Yeah.
If they win, it was all my teachings. I'm this fucking Svengali of influencer boxing. But if
Helmholtz, that review tech fight didn't go the way you wanted. Well, Rich did try to work with, Sam Hyde first and didn't give me the time I needed. Look, you got to commit as this.
I've got myself. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to Reddit this thing where if they lose, it wasn't my fault. But if I win, I totally get the credit. I'm going to make sure that I set it up in a way where I can't look like an asshole. It's perfect. It's foolproof. They pull it off all the time. So, Rich, Alex, and then, like you said, if you go to, if you have like Rich beat Jeremy, then you have the natural setup of Sam Hyde versus myself. Then we get me into the mix, and you got Sam, you got Luis J. Gomez, you've got Harley from Epic Mealtime. All kinds of options open up. Maybe, wait a minute. Jeremy from the Quartering, like Ivan Drago in Rocky IV, kills Rich from Review Tech in the ring. As I cradle Rich's lifeless body, and I look up at Jeremy from the Quartering, Jeremy just goes, if he dies, he dies. And then I accept the fight, and then I destroy Jeremy, and then we get on our road to the Sam Hyde bout. There we go. Dario
and it only cost Jeremy, or it only cost Rich his life.
Right. So. Rich is going to have to die in this scenario. But I think he understands. He's making a sacrifice.
Greater good and all that.
Greater good and all that. That's all. Get Mersh in the mix too. Mersh versus Baked Alaska. Oh, that could be fun. Mersh wants to start boxing, so that works. And then Dario Delfino says Sam Hyde versus Hassan Piker is the dream match. Well, there you go. I could be the warm-up. I could be the tune-up to that fight. Perfect.
Didn't they try to set that up already once?
Yeah. Look, Hassan's not doing it. Hassan's one of those guys who is too internet, and he takes everything way too seriously. And if
takes it with him when he logs off.
Yeah, yes, exactly. When he hits end stream, he's still in it. And I think for Hassan, if he lost that fight, it would be too much for him to live down. When in reality, all it is, like, you lost a boxing match. Who gives a shit? In my first boxing match, I got my nose all busted to shit. Who gives a shit? I kept boxing. I got way better. I beat up and knocked down the second guy I fought. And now in the third one, I'll fucking handpick my opponent really carefully, and I'll beat his ass. It'll be wonderful. And I've been in the gym sparring and, fucking doing great there too, training people, getting better myself. Fuck it, Hassan. Just fight Sam Hyde. If you lose, it doesn't matter. You go right back on. Your audience is still going to love you. You're still going to have the same amount of people who liked you before that will like you after. It's fine. It's a boxing match. As long as you don't get permanent brain damage or die, you'll be fine. Avoid those two pitfalls, and you'll be all right.
You say that now. Hassan fights Sam Hyde, and while all that's going on, he's laying there, and you're feeling responsible because he's down on the ground and he's He's breathing his last breath. You're like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know it would go this way. And then Sam Hyde, if he dies, he dies.
I just look up at him. I'll go to Rhode Island on Christmas. Yeah, Rich is sitting there with his last breath, and he's like, I don't blame you. It was all my fault. But avenge me. Avenge me. Got it, Rich. I'll do it for you, man. Dario says, actually, Mersh and Royce would be great on commentary. All right, you know what? Book it. Book it. Deb B says, why would Hassan deal with such stupidity? There's that part of it, too. There's the angle of, if I lose, I'm humiliated. But then if I win, what do I really gain? It's not like Sam Hyde's fans are going to go, oh, I love Hassan Piker now. So I get that. Especially as seriously as Hassan Piker takes himself, there's no winning for Hassan. I mean, agreeing to the fight kind of makes you look like a bitch in a weird way because you've said no so many times.
Now you're going, yes, what's changed?
Yeah, now you're just getting goaded into it. Gravy Show says, but Aaron, you're talking about streamer and e-celeb types. They have too much ego to lose a fight. Fighting involves a lot of ego crushing to actually get good. Yeah, you're not good right away. You got to get, in order to find out how to stop punches, you got to get hit with them first, unfortunately.
I don't get it. Why wasn't I ready for this fight? I watched all the Rocky movies like twice. Jesus.
I watched professional boxers who just imitated what they did. It's like, yeah, they're really fucking good, though.
There's a reason they're that good. They did the practicing part that you keep skipping.
I'm using Socialist Media says, no shame in losing a boxing match. At least you got in the ring and fought. Yeah, amateur boxing is not like professional boxing where they handpick your opponents for you and they pick retards for like your first 25 fights until you get like a title shot. In amateur boxing, I would say like the best welterweight I know lost his first 12 fights. Like it's just something that happens. You get matched up with better guys. It just fucking happens, man. It's amateur boxing. It's not sexy. It's not pretty. I was told one of the worst things you can do is win your first fight because then it makes that first loss that much more depleting and draining. It's fucking tough, man. Ken of the North says, how did I lose? I did a montage and everything. Yeah, I mean, you do your montages, you play Robert Tepper songs and Survivor songs, and still you lose. It sucks. Camille Gianelli says, why all the begging for our hard-earned money? Is that what this show is focused on? Yes. Now, everyone contribute your hard-earned money to this show. Give us a shitload of money so Camille can see what this program is about. We're at 3:05 away from today's goal. Let's start the week off on a good streak, and let's help Camille find out what Steel Toe is about. So I say, everybody throw in a couple of bucks now. Let's get Camille accustomed to the show so she understands that the reason 600 or so people will be watching this in a couple hours and 4,000 or 5,000 people will watch it by the time it's done is because all we do is ask for your hard-earned money. Or no, I'm sorry, beg for your hard-earned money. There it is. There's the link in the chat, 3:05 away. There's all the links for PayPal and Streamlabs and Venmo. Those are the best ways to contribute to the show. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, all of that's great too, whatever you want to do. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Hassan used to come into our Cherry Hill, New Jersey store and only ever purchase Fruit 20 and Muscle Milk. He would be streaming the entire time and it made everyone uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
There you go. Balls Deep says, our money. Who are you? The Fed? Maybe Camille's with the Federal Reserve. You don't know. Oh, boy.
She's a Fed.
Hit like, hit subscribe, give us your hard-earned money, and help Camille understand what this show is all about. 3:05 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. One thing we have to do, let's get under 300 by the top of the hour. That sounds good. Let's talk a little bit about this Stuttering John thing. Now, look, I know there are fans of this show who say, enough with this fucking internet shit. Just done with it. So I'm going to clear the John stuff out right off the top today, right in the first hour, and then we've got a bunch of other stuff we need to talk about. But you remember back in November, Stuttering John was done. He ended his podcast. He said, you know.
Yeah, he was done streaming.
Yeah, he's like, I've been a writer for The Tonight Show. I've been on The Howard Stern Show. I don't need to fucking be the laughing boy of the internet. Now, he never really leaned into it. He never really kind of, laughed off the joke, which he could have, and it probably wouldn't have become that much of a thing. But you gotta understand from where John came from. John had a career. John was on one of the biggest TV shows in the world. He was on the biggest radio show in the world. I mean, John was a somebody. You can make fun of the guy all you want. You can say all the embarrassing stuff about, sure, he's drunk, whatever. He's done humiliating things, of course. But the guy had a career. The guy had more of a career than all of us making fun of him. I mean, as silly as he is, as fun as it is for people to make jokes about him, he had more success than any of us ever had. And probably made more money than any of us ever made. So
should have spent some of it on speech therapy.
Yeah, well, then there's no gimmick. That's the tragedy of it. If he tries to better himself, the whole gimmick goes away. So John has had a successful career. So to become this internet streaming, super chat getting kind of laughing stock, that's got to hurt. There's got to be a wounded pride, a hurt dignity when you're that high up. I mean, hell, I was just a number 1 rated morning radio talk show host. And I come to YouTube and I look at some of the people that are around me and I go, I'm way better than this. This is garbage. I don't want to be associated with these fucking people. They're insane. So I can only imagine what it was like for Stuttering John. So he ends his show in November. And in this show's opinion, and in my opinion, and I think we all agreed, there's no reason to make fun of John anymore. He's done. He left. There's no show. Well, since he left, you've had, Shuley wasn't getting any traction or viewership or subscriptions until he started bagging on Stuttering John. So I can see where he wouldn't want to leave the meal ticket. So he's kept a show alive and a YouTube channel alive based solely on making fun of Stuttering John. It's amazing that he's been able to milk this much out of it for the last 7 months. And of course you have Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, who not really on the John thing anymore. I mean, John left, so Carl's been done. Who Are These Podcasts is an incredibly successful show without Stuttering John. It was gaining traction before John. It stayed popular after John. Hasn't really needed him. But then last week, John Melendez, Stuttering John, decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm coming back. He's apparently been teaching in, I think, California or New York. I can't remember where or maybe New York. I could be wrong. Either way, Stuttering John's been teaching, which is a noble pursuit, noble career. Good for him. But he decided he wants to go right at the people who shit on him for so hard for so long. One of them still shitting on him. So he agreed to do an interview with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts and Shuley. And Stuttering John agreed to half the money up front and half the money after it's over. Now, here's what's incredible to me. What's incredible to me is that these guys actually paid John. Is that John got any money out of this thing. Now, it was brokered by this Vince the attorney or whatever, and I guess he paid the first half up front is what I'm hearing. And then John, this weekend, backs out. It was supposed to happen tonight. And then this weekend, John backs out of the whole thing. John says that somebody lied to him. He came up with some excuse. But my theory is, Johnny, that Stuttering John never intended to do this interview in the first place.
No, he just wanted to burn the people that have been fucking with him. That's why he called them out specifically.
Exactly. Look, I'm not judging anybody. I think everybody involved in this is talented. I think they're great. But I will say this. Why would you fall for this? I mean, how do you not see this coming from a mile away? Now, not only do you not get your interview, but John gets to say that he has some kind of perverse, weird victory over you now. John gets to say, oh, look, I fooled these guys. I took half the money. I ran. I didn't do the interview. Look at how desperate they are for me. Look at how, how much they need me. And I just, I burned them. I turned them, this and that. And unfortunately, he's not wrong.
I don't even know what I'd say, unfortunately. I mean, he pulled it off. Wasn't it always, I believe last week even, you were saying, hey, if someone gets duped, you don't feel bad for the person who did it. Like, you're like, no, man, good for you. You separated a fool from their money.
Right. I mean, a fool and his money are soon parted. But for him to go and say, I'm doing this interview, I think the much stronger position for both Shuli and Carl would have been to go, no, John, fuck you. We don't need you. Like, you go back into your teaching and you go back into your self-imposed entertainment retirement and your streaming retirement and all that. We're moving on. We're doing other things. We don't need to play the Stuttering John game anymore. But they did, and they handed John, well, I don't think it's a big victory because it's the fucking internet. Who cares? But at the same time, now John gets to, now this guy you've painted as a dumb, miserable, stupid, hapless, stuttering drunk gets to now say, I got these guys all worked up. They made a big deal out of this upcoming interview. They promoted it to the hilt. They probably had some tricks up their sleeve. They were going to throw some people into the interview that he didn't agree to or whatever and try to make him look foolish. And he pulled out on him. I mean, he gets to now brag about how he did that. I mean, look, you've been without him since November, right?
Well, actually, Shuli hasn't.
Well, that's true.
Shuli's been living off the corpse. Like he's had John's career on internet, like just on, life support. Like, we need this thing to keep going or I'm out of work.
Yeah. I just don't think this was necessary. I mean, the John thing is done. It's been done. It's over. It's finished. It's not going to get bigger than it was in mid to late 2022. That's done. So I mean, I personally would have said no. I've got a show I do. I've got better shit to do. Carl certainly has better shit to do. Carl didn't need this interview. He didn't need the headache or whatever it was. And they should have just, the old term, let sleeping dogs lie. I mean, you start chasing whack pack shit and you start chasing shock jock shit too much, and it does end up burning you. And maybe that's the lesson to be learned here. Now, John says he's going on Misery Loves Company. He's going to go on Kevin Brennan's bragging because he hates Shuli that, hey, John's coming on my show Tuesday. I'll say this. I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think John's going on shit.
I don't think he's doing anyone's shows.
No, I don't think he's doing anybody's show. So we'll see. I think the whole thing was a mistake to even pursue it from the beginning. I haven't talked about John since November, since he retired. But I could have told you right away, he ain't going to show. He's not going to do your interview. And you sit there and everyone was telling him that. And they go, no, he's going to do it. You watch, blah, blah, blah. I mean, now you set yourself up to look like you can't see this fucking moron coming from a mile away. You can't do that. I mean, you can because, again, like we said, you hit end stream, you fucking go live your life. Who gives a shit? But I mean, I don't want, it's just a kind of a gross feeling to have John go like, oh, look, I tricked him. It's just a shitty feeling all around. He's been a substitute teacher in Los Angeles, says Scarface. Okay, there you go. Dario says, yeah, Who Are These Podcasts has been branching out. The new stuff is really cool. Yeah, Carl did an episode on the Whatever podcast. He did one on Dan Harmon's podcast recently that was really good. I mean, he's just been doing such great content. He's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt he does not need John. Absolutely not. Dan Whitesale says they didn't pay John the $1,500 yet. Where did you get that from? That hasn't been what was said by Shuli and Carl. I don't think Shuli and Carl paid him a dime, but I think the attorney guy might have thrown him some money. John says he got paid half up front, but can you trust him? So it's kind of a he said, she said thing.
Why would a guy lie?
Yeah, why? Look, are you saying that John Melendez would lie? I have it on good authority that John Melendez is a font of trustworthiness, to say the very least. I got to catch up with the chat here. They were going to pay, but didn't get to the payment part yet. Again, he says he got paid half. We'll see. I don't know. I'm sure they'll clear all this stuff up in the coming days. Me personally, I wouldn't. I wouldn't clear a goddamn thing up. I would just move. First of all, I wouldn't have said yes to John, interviewing John anyway. But in the second place, I would move on from this John thing.
I certainly wouldn't pay any money. If it's like, oh, I need this much money or I need money up front, like, no, you don't.
No, you
don't need money up front because we don't need you. So if you need money, you can go twist.
I'm using Socialist Media, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. He hooks up P.A. Cheddar, Mr. Monkeypox, Katie Kidney, Keisha Fowler, and Papa Dan. All getting memberships today. It also brings today's goal to $2.95. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, the best ways to do it. We appreciate super chats and memberships as well. Yule Gibbons gifting a membership to the pallbearer. Thank you very much. Dario Delfino says, who are these podcasts had a show with R. Kelly's cellmate and some others ranting like Owen Benjamin on a good day? Holy shit. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, as a lowly supervisor, John Melendez provides an aspirational story. And I can't wait for the day that I, too, can put 6 figures down on a home. I mean, look, we can say everything we want about John, but one thing you've got to give John, the guy had a bigger career than any of us.
He might not be the funniest guy there, but he has a nice house and a good family.
What's the saying? The only things real in this business are the money and the miles. That's it. All the other stuff is bullshit. And the guy had a great career. I think that's part of the reason for the hate. Part of the reason for the hate is the fact that how did this fucking buffoon?
He did not deserve this.
How did he reach higher heights than any of us? See, to me, I think that's part of the charm. I think that's part of the allure that this guy had such a great career. But it's, again, as far as John goes, I say let fucking sleeping dogs lie, make good content, do good shows. There's plenty of stuff in the world to talk about, as we're going to prove today. You don't need to placate this dipshit anymore. Let this be the end of it. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole says there are shows that need their spiteful content. They have no content without gossip. That guy says, you guys put on a pretty good show. I would say we put on a remarkably good show, but we can argue later. $2.95 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. The links are all there in the chat and pinned to the top of the page. Thank you to Nicholas for $5 over on PayPal, and we're at $2.90. Guys, keep that going. Knock that out early, and we'll focus on just the show part. And we'll add 30 minutes to the end of the program. Okay, let's get into some of this OceanGate stuff. To me, this is still a fascinating. I mean, the postmortem of this whole thing is remarkable. There's new stuff that comes out every day. You go out into the real world, a lot of people are talking about this. You can't escape this damn thing. Neighbor girl came over the other day to play with the kids. They're talking about OceanGate. Go to my in-laws after we went golfing Saturday. They're talking about OceanGate. Go over to the neighbors to have a couple beers and the kids are playing. They're talking about OceanGate. It's just a fascinating story. I mean, on one hand, it's the Titanic, and people have a weird boner for Titanic. April was so moved by all this OceanGate stuff. Her and the kids, with her fast-forwarding through any inappropriate parts, watched the movie Titanic. I can't watch that shit.
It's okay.
I really have a hard. Just that movie is so it's such chick bait. It's remarkable. I mean, I was telling April in the car, I'm like, you know what really takes me out of that movie? She's like, what? I'm like, the fact that she met this guy, knew him for 36 to 48 hours, and she was like, oh, he's the love of my life. And I'm like, meanwhile, he is the guy with neck tattoos and a motorcycle that will end up hitting and beating. And he was a drinking, gambling, ruffian, poor person. That guy wasn't
even supposed to be on that boat.
No, he was going to drink and gamble away any money you had. You guys were going to end up in an abusive relationship. That does not end well. The fact that ended with the Titanic sinking meant you guys could hang on to what might have been versus seeing the sad reality of what was with that guy. Mm-hmm. First of all, she came onto that boat remarkably mentally ill. I mean, she's ready to jump off a fucking cruise ship. You don't just fix that with a naked picture and some dickin'. At least not the way I give it. So I have problems.
Yeah, but as we understand, you're not exactly the patron saint of dick giving.
I get it.
So
I understand. But as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the movie Titanic, and look, it would have not drawn as much money if I would have, jumped in and made my view, heard and then done. But as far as the movie Titanic goes, for me, my personal watching is this fucking gay love story got in the way of my tragedy movie. I want to see, you know what I want to see? I want to see fucking Lancelot from King Arthur running around trying to figure this shit out, putting out fires. Jan Griffiths. I want to see Jan Griffiths and his character running around with the captain and the guy who created the ship, and they're like, oh, fuck me, how did this happen? So on and so forth. But then I got this girl who's like, oh, the multimillionaire wants to take me away from my family's newfound poverty, but he doesn't treat me very nice. Well, I'm sure he'll have a pool. There's probably a Hispanic kid you can fuck if you don't like the millionaire thing and the way he treats you. And then,
It was Billy Zane. I mean, that's a stretch.
Yeah, you're going to leave Billy Zane, you bitch? Billy Zane, who was the smart guy who got off the boat. Billy Zane. Where'd Leo DiCaprio's heart get him? Frozen to the ocean floor.
Yeah,
probably not even. He got
biggest
eaten by
problem with
fish
the
on the
movie.
way down.
That was my biggest problem with the movie and why people don't like watching it with me. I can't resist the urge at the end of the movie. I always end up screaming, kick the bitch off the door. Like I'm just.
Yeah, exactly. 48 hours they knew each other, and it's just, I was telling April, I was like, the highest grossing movie of all time will always be one that plays to women's delusions. Because women love to satiate their delusion. I mean, just like men do with superhero movies and, shit like that. I get it. I understand. We both.
Yeah, but we only need to watch it once.
Yeah,
We're
they
good.
go, well, come on, comic book nerds. Look, superhero movies are to men what romance movies are to women. I mean,
I don't know. I feel like if you go in on a superhero movie as hard as women go in on romance movies, are you a man?
Good point. Probably not.
Because I love superhero movies. I'm a huge Deadpool fan, but I can't think of one superhero movie where I saw it in the theaters. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to come back and see that again. No. I always see it once in the theaters. And I'm like, oh, great. I can't wait till I get that on DVD.
Yeah. Also, another problem I have with Titanic. We know his name is Jack and we know his name is Rose. Not everyone has to say it 500 fucking times in the movie. Please let that be a break glass moment that now you'll notice it. Go back and watch Titanic. They say each other's names so fucking much. It drives me insane. Also, on another note, 48 hours and she finds some bum, some poverty-stricken mutt who didn't even go through a delousing check. He's probably got nits. And then, I fell in love with him, and he's the most amazing guy ever. What about fucking Fabrizio or his fucking Italian buddy? Maybe that guy was good, too. She was hanging out with the poor people, and she was observing them as though they were bunny rabbits on a walking trail. She's like, oh, is this what you poors do? This is absolutely delightful. Guess what, honey? You're going to get tired of that shit when this boat reaches the mainland, and this is all he's doing every fucking night, leaving you at home with 3 kids that financially there's no way you can support, but he keeps pumping it into you anyway. And then he comes home smelling like booze and perfume, and you're going to ask him where he's been all night, and you're going to check his drawing book and see more naked ladies in there, and that's how he got you, and you're going to slap the shit out of him. Then he's going to hit you back. Billy Zane wouldn't have done any of this shit to you.
He would have hit you, but I mean...
And he would have paid his mistresses to have abortions. That's the nice thing about a guy like Billy Zane. And then that old cunt at the end of the movie. Listen, I did spy on Titanic a little bit while they were watching it, I will admit. That old cunt throws that fucking jewel in the water. They should have thrown her ass overboard. Somebody should have caught her throwing that jewel in the water, and like the Royal Rumble, they should have grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and the hem of her jeans and just over you go into the water. You know how expensive that fucking diamond was?
Yeah.
And then Bill Paxton doing
He's had it this whole time.
Yeah, and then Bill Paxton, who's doing his best Timothy Olyphant impression for some reason. I think they seemed identical in that movie. He's been looking for that goddamn diamond forever. You're about to rot and die. and then you just throw it in the water. You bitch.
But it's the heart of the ocean. It belongs in the ocean.
No, it belongs in...
But my heart will go on, God damn it.
God. Play to women's delusions, you'll make a fortune. Oh, no, see, it was true love. It was horny teenagers fucking on a cruise ship. It happens on literally every cruise ship. This story
was true love. Did she see him shit?
Then it's not.
Did she fart in front of him? I ask you.
Yeah.
We saw her put her hand up on the steamed car window in a lustful expression, but I didn't hear a burnt right afterwards.
Hey, Leo, you think that relationship would have worked out if that ship wouldn't have sailed? You got a preview of what that relationship would have been like when that bitch didn't even help you get on that door. So you think this would have been a dream relationship? No, because when push came to shove, the rich bitch saved herself. She watched you slip into the icy waters of the North Atlantic.
But I mean, she did come back to rescue him when he was cuffed there. Why didn't she save herself then? That's weird. It's like she's irrational.
I don't like those two. They ruined Titanic for me.
The lead character?
Yes. It was a great movie. Other than
until
the fucking...
these fucks showed up.
Yeah, the fucking love story. Because I like...
Why couldn't we have followed the fucking musicians around the whole time? Those guys seem cool. They seem like they have fun. And then when all hell breaks loose, they're just like, hey, man, it's been an honor. And they just fucking whip out and keep going.
Yeah. You got Jan Griffiths. You got Lancelot from King Arthur. You've got the fucking gay theater guy from Tombstone and Billy Zane. You've got Professor Jordan Perry from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 in there, kicking ass, doing a great job. And you don't utilize these people? You do a gay fucking love story that makes zero sense and nobody's fooled by except everybody who watches the fucking movie. Yes, Johnny, the love story and the two main actors took me out of the movie. And also, Kate Winslet, take it or leave it. I don't like Titanic. I like Titanic. But I don't like the reason why it was made. I like the destruction part. It's fun.
I like seeing hundreds of people scream as they're about to suffer a cold, frozen, watery death.
One thing they do capture very well in that movie is how fucking terrifying it must have been to be on that boat. The helplessness. Oh, sounds awful. Thank God I wasn't there, huh? Whew. People got fucked over. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99. It says message retracted. I don't know what he was trying to say, unfortunately. People are really enjoying the Titanic rant. I'll keep it going, I guess, for you. Billy Zane was one of Biff's ruffians. Really? In Back to the Future Part 2?
Holy shit.
Or 1? I don't know. Carlos wants us to F8 this segment. I think I am. It's going to be part of our Titans segment. I just got off on a bit of a rant. Sorry. Jake says that poor dude she was with, too. Yeah, fucking Billy Zane gets cheated on when all he did was like, hey, I'm a multi... Okay, let's play this angle, Johnny. Let's go to the Billy Zane part of Titanic. Billy Zane, check this. He's the good guy.
He's not the bad guy.
Billy Zane is the protagonist. Ready? Billy Zane is the protagonist in Titanic. He was a millionaire prick before the boat. He's a millionaire prick on the boat. He never changed. She knew what she was getting into. She knew what kind of man she had. So to play this babe in the woods routine of, oh, I'm just this trapped little girl. It's millions, you bitch. Learn how to adjust. I mean,
her family was pushing her into that. She didn't ask him out. I mean, it was kind of she was forced into it to make family money. She was the sacrificial cow. She was being sold.
That's fine. But you know what? One of the first questions she asks Leo 6 months into their relationship, if that ship makes port, why don't we have a bigger apartment? Am I wrong?
Yeah, because you're assuming that relationship lasts 6 months.
That's true. The first time he socks her in the eye, although she's gone with a relationship she didn't like before. You think a drunk gambling artist is a mentally stable person?
She's not leaving him. You're mishearing me. She's not leaving him. He's not staying with her.
Oh, okay.
I mean, The guy wasn't. This guy literally, at a moment's notice, picked up and jumped on a boat bound for another country because he's like, fuck it, let's go. This guy doesn't really have what you would call a plan or any sort of like roots or any need to build. He's gonna just keep roving around like the lone wolf he is. That chick ain't following him.
Billy Zane's the heel. Billy Zane's the baby face. Leo's the heel. I'm gonna stay on this vein here. Billy Zane, multimillionaire, providing for this woman, giving her a better life she could ever have on her own. Buys her first-class tickets on the fucking Titanic, the most state-of-the-art ocean liner in the world, to take her over to America to enjoy their millions and marry her. She's beneath him. He doesn't need to marry her. He's doing her a favor. And what does this bitch fall for? The drunk gambling artist who clearly uses the titty pictures to pick up women, pick up susceptible, suicidal women. Remember, he met her as she was trying to end it all. And then he uses that to get in her pants, shows her the naked pictures because he's a mysterious artist, and she's like, ooh, I want you to draw me because I have low self-esteem, clearly tried to jump off the ship, and I want to see my own titties in a picture so I can feel better about myself. And Leo took advantage of her. She was in a vulnerable state, and he used her to get her naked and have sex with her in a car.
And that's why I love him.
God bless him. But it's a shitheel move. God bless the shitheels. Billy Zane was the babyface. And yeah, he planted a crime.
Did he even cheat on her? Like,
no.
He didn't do anything like that. I'm just trying to think. Now that I'm thinking about it, she was the one who like instigated everything. I mean, didn't he only kind of become more of a dick when she started having this need to hang out with the lowly guy from the lower decks?
Yes.
And he started being like, hey, this dude's sniffing around my trim. I don't like this.
Exactly. She kind of started this whole feud and thing. She stirred up all the shit and then went, what? When the shit hit the fan. Oh, man. Billy Zane was the good guy in that movie.
I have to say, except for the whole claiming to be a kid's parent to save his life, I'm all right with Billy Zane's character.
The man was in trouble and he needed to survive. And the kid's parents weren't around.
Yeah, but does he keep that kid after he gets off the
No, of course not. The kid's a fucking burden. I mean, Billy Zane's trying to live, for God's sake. He has something to live for. Bill Paxton got killed by Terminator and Predator. He was awesome. He was first Timothy Oliphant. J-Dub Productions says in those old Phantom comics, he went on a lot of boats with Devil. We're going to things we don't need to go to. Dub says many believe if after the impact the Titanic had stopped moving, it would have remained afloat. The fact that they kept steaming forward allegedly forced water in more rapidly. Well, perhaps we will never know. J-Dub Production says, yes, a 90-minute Titan action movie focusing on Zane, the Chad, would have been a better choice. Fuck yeah. He deserved to get laid on that boat, too. All the shit his girl was putting him through, trying to kill herself on the boat and shit. Fuck Billy Zane. Your hatred of this movie is deep, says fucking Phillips. Deeper than I thought it would be. Yes. Delco Lou says Rose's selfishness on the door at the end ruins it for me. They could have fit. You know what? I actually, now that I think about it, I like that part. Because it shows who she really is.
The door. It didn't work.
They tried one time. And then didn't try again. But she loves him. He's her one true love. But oops-a-daisy, couldn't get you up the first time. Oh.
I'll never let you go. Bye.
Yeah, until it's time to save my own ass. At least we got to see her being honest at the end of the movie. Because she went on and remarried and had kids and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So she moved on. So at any rate, yes. I did not enjoy the movie. And it annoys me.
And I will say this. One reason that the two of them couldn't fit on that boat is because she was weighed down with that giant fucking necklace she stole. By the way, we keep forgetting that she committed a major theft right at the end of that movie. Oh, this guy is taking me across the ocean, but before I bail on him, because she didn't know the boat was going down at the time, before I bail on him, I'm going to leave him a naughty picture of me that my new boyfriend drew, which is kind of a tuck in and of itself.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to take his diamond.
Holy shit, you're right. I forgot about that part. She cucked the fuck out of Billy Zane, who was never unfaithful to her. He was just a rich guy who liked doing rich guy shit. And she's like, well, he didn't seem like he loved me enough. Guess what, bitch?
That's what the money is for.
Did not take any work to push you on this. I want to.
Oh my, thank you. Yes, you're right. And Lemmy's right. He saved that child. Billy Zane saved a child. Although I think wasn't the child's boat still tied to the Titanic? And it didn't get loose. Did that child end up dying, or did he?
No. They were fine.
He saved a child. Billy Zane and Leo DiCaprio saved the same amount of lives. Technically, Billy Zane wins because he saved two. He saved the kid's life and his own. Billy Zane was the alpha male. He was the stronger man in this situation. Billy Zane was the babyface in Titanic. He was a good man who got railroaded. And you're right. She steals his multi-million-dollar diamond, so she commits grand larceny. And then you're right, leaves the naked picture in the safe for him to find so she can cuck him up when he's done nothing wrong. I'm sorry, Johnny. I'm sorry I'm not sorry. As a matter of fact. Catsnap Karen says, wow, I need to watch the Titanic again. A whole new perspective. Yes. Thank you. Scarface says, I 100% agree with this take. I've had this argument with every one of my girlfriends over the years. Don't. It'll end with a fight because women don't understand the reality of that movie, which is Leo's a fucking little wormy. You know who Leo is? He's that little beta guy who holds the girl's hair back while she's puking at a party, but he's squeezing her tit and trying to finger her. He takes the sad, depressed, lonely chick and uses it so he can see her naked and fuck her. And then at the end leaves her. He fucked her and ditched. And you might say, look at the life he was living. Is that living? He didn't have a plan.
He didn't have a plan. Ironically, though, she did. Because, again, they were going to live off of the diamond money.
Right. So they were going to steal from Billy Zane.
Right. Billy Zane was going to give them their whole new life.
They were thieves. They were thieves. They were thieves and hustlers and swindlers. They were thieves. You know who you know who's my baby face in that movie? You know who rules? Kathy Bates. The unsinkable Molly Brown, who, by the way, they never called her Molly. Her name was Maggie. They called her Maggie. Nobody ever called her Molly. Stop it. Don't James Cameron, stop focusing on your gay love story and get the facts right. At any rate.
I mean,
I'm trying to say I don't like Titanic.
That love story was the one part of Titanic that none of us ever knew. I mean, obviously, that's why James Cameron went down to the Titanic so much and spent so much time down there so he could learn about Rose and Jack. Like 2 hours of a movie just to focus on that. You spent your entire life researching a boat and you came away with Rose and Jack.
Yeah, now some old bitch is telling you a story about how she got deep-dicked on a boat. Fuck you. And then she had the diamond the whole time. Rose, even when she was 101 years old, is an old lying cunt. I don't know where the diamond is. I'm not really sure. So you stole it, and then you dumped it in the ocean. You stole, and then you hung on to that stolen booty forever, and then you dumped it down the ocean. You fucking bitch.
You know, she didn't need it. She met her new husband who had money. She didn't need to sell the diamond, so she just kind of kept it.
Yeah. Dario says, Aaron, did you and April argue about this? No, we actually kind of had a less funny version of this rant.
I feel like
April kind of
a lot of arguing and then a lot of very unfulfilling sex.
Yeah, and then after that, I fucked her really hard. She claims she didn't feel anything, but she's a liar. She's having fun. But we had a discussion about this driving back from the gym, I think, on Saturday before we went golfing. And she's like, her attitude towards it is, yeah, I know all that's true, but I just really like the movie. So, I mean, that's about that. I can respect that take.
Yeah, I know all of that's true, but I'm a chick.
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much where she's at with Titanic. Hung Solo says he left the diamond in the coat, then gave her the coat, her diamond. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, fine. Let's say I give you that. She still threw it in the fucking ocean at the end of the movie when that would have made Bill Paxton very happy. It belongs.
Yeah, it makes throwing it worse.
Yeah, if anything, you should have found Billy Zane's surviving family members and given it to them.
Or at the very least, turn it over to Bill Paxton.
And then, remember the end of the movie when she talks about Billy Zane and she's like, oh yeah, crash at 29, and then he ate a gun. I'm like, he didn't deserve that. What did he do to deserve that? He was a decent enough guy, so he didn't treat you like a princess. He didn't He didn't use your depression to draw naked pictures of you and fuck you in a Model T. What a terrible guy. That doesn't mean he deserved to lose all his money and die. Jesus, what a spiteful bitch. Rose is a cunt. Changed my mind. Rose is a piece of shit. She was a vengeful, spiteful, mentally ill piece of dog shit. Thank you. Yes. I see your Crowder, and I raise you a Crowder. Sparky Rose says Aaron is changing minds today with this take.
And ending relationships, because you know someone's going to go home. Honey, I listened to the radio today, and they agreed with me. Titanic is dog shit.
Oh, yeah, we're starting fights. If you guys don't go home and start fights over this, you're not a fan of mine. Those ain't real dudes, says depression. That's the real Spanish fly. Lemmy says, wasn't Bill Paxton trying to bang Rose's daughter? She could have given them that heart of the ocean, then they could have lived happily ever after. Yes, exactly. But look, I will have this argument until the end of time about Titanic, and I will never be right. I will never be vindicated, except in a small group of people who would probably be angry anyways, no matter what. I'm resigned to my fate in that regard. All right, thank you very much to Scarface with $5. He says, then the selfish whore threw the fucking necklace in the water at the end. Fucking selfish to the very end. I know, Rose is a cunt. And Billy Zane is not that bad of a guy. And Leo was an opportunistic asshole. And he's lucky he died, because that whole thing would have ended poorly for both of them. All right.
Spent all her money.
Yeah. I don't like it. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Jack is an orphan from Chippewa Falls. Everything you need to know about him. Exactly. Isn't there that theory that Jack survived the Titanic and then became the Great Gatsby? That they're trying to keep the universes together? I know. I heard that one. You know what other fun movie theory I heard over the weekend? Donnie from The Big Lebowski is a figment of Walter's imagination. He's a buddy of his from Vietnam that he had a hard time accepting his death.
That would be interesting.
I need to go back and watch Lebowski and see if the dude ever really interacts with Donnie.
Yeah. Because then that's a whole nother... I never even paid attention to that. I didn't even consider it.
Yeah. Very interesting. Ro Jogan says, April killed on Simpcast last night. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she did a great job. She was very, very good. Keanu was on there. Chrissy. It was a really good show. Guys, go and watch it. I know April enjoys doing it. Rose affected multiple family generational wealth with her poor decision-making, says Delco Lou. I agree. Cheeseburger Pie says, no offense, Aaron, but I'm not getting in any arguments over anything I hear on this show. Well, you got your own problems. I respect that. Lemmy says, Rose would have been rid of Billy Zane eventually. Did he K himself when the stock market crashed? Yeah, exactly. If anything, if Rose would have stayed with him, I'm getting very upset. If anything, I could do this for 4 hours. I need you to know that.
I don't know. I think you're going to lose it going. You're getting a little too worked up here.
No, let me with a great point. If Rose would have stayed with him, he might have had something to keep him going after the crash of 29, and he may not have K'd himself. Rose killed Billy Zane.
The diamond, and I realize now I'm wrong now that I'm thinking about it. She left the picture with the diamond saying the two things you love most, and it was her naked body and the diamond.
What a cunt.
And, yeah, but he put the diamond in the jacket and gave her the jacket, so she didn't steal the diamond, but she still kept it. And if he had had the diamond,
he wouldn't have K'd himself.
And her, the stock market crash wouldn't have been the end. In fact, it would have been the beginning of Billy Zane's amazing return of reestablishing himself in the ashes. He could have been a phoenix, but that bitch killed him.
She did. She's responsible for Billy Zane's death. And look, the guy wasn't the nicest boyfriend, but that doesn't mean he deserved to die. He saved a little girl on the Titanic, for God's sake. Did the unsinkable Molly Brown, did that fat bitch save any babies? I don't think so. Billy Zane saved an orphan.
She took up extra seats on the boat, and she could have floated by herself, and that whale had plenty of blubber. Would have been fine.
She could have been Japanese lamp oil. Look, the point is, Billy Zane saved an orphan. Rose killed one. Rose killed Jack. Billy Zane saved a fucking kid. She took his diamond, knew he was in trouble in 29, kept the fucking diamond while he blew his head off. You whore. I hate her. All right. Sorry. Anyway. What I'm trying to say, guys, is I'm trying to move on from this. I think I've been going for a good 45 minutes now. I think I can be done about this. Sean Warnicki says the dude does interact with Donnie, even attends his funeral services. Now, what I read about the funeral services thing, he could have just been indulging Walter's delusion. But I don't know. ISIS Macho Man says, Aaron changed my mind. Everyone on the Titanic were assholes. They all deserve to die. Now, wait a minute. I don't think I said that. Dario says, Aaron, didn't you lose your voice a few weeks back? It's back, isn't it? All right, guys. Kyle, yeah, here's another theory. Donnie becomes Garland Green in Con Air. He just snaps and becomes a serial killer. Yeah. Hobo Chili Recipe says, the old lady even admitted she never loved the man she married and had kids with. What a fucking bitch. Do you know how many people she psychologically destroyed throughout time?
She never loved the man she married and had kids with.
What a callous bitch. I can't stand her. Billy Zane had a great head of hair. I won't be told otherwise. Billy Zane was a good man. Bob Rivers says, if Rose doesn't leave Billy Zane, that kid dies. That's true. Rob Manugan says, Aaron's manic shouting about a shitty love story is hilarious. I know when I'm funny. I know when things are going well. I'm just looking through the chat real quick, and then we're going to move on.
Until someone triggers you again.
Mudda Trucker Gaming says, Aaron would have been much happier if the Titanic was loaded with veterans. Now, come on, we don't need to make a new movie. And I'm not the one who has problems coming. You don't need to get me off. Hulkamasha Baby says, new screenplay. Some guy telling mid-chicks they're pretty and leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Yes! Hobo Chili Recipe says...
Isn't that called Shallow Hal?
Rose was also responsible for the assassination of Franz Ferdinand and the Spanish flu. Probably. Cheeseburger Pie says, to be fair, none of those guys loved her either. I mean, she was a soulless ginger. The man raises a good point. Any more blistering Monday morning cinematic takes, says Triple N. I don't know. Throw me a popular movie. I'll wreck it. Dario says, odds Aaron will be able to broadcast tomorrow. I'm okay. I'm good. I'll be all right. What are we at number-wise here? 285 away from today's goal. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. Everybody share this show. How is this not the most entertaining thing on in the morning? Stop it. 285 away. Guys, keep knocking that goal down. Let's get under 200 by the top of this hour. How does that sound? Under 200 by the top of the hour. So everybody with $5-10, throw it in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, or PayPal, the best way to go. Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships are awesome too. Riding Dirty Llama says Rose was just using Jack too, so it's all good. Yeah, she was an evil person. Terrible. Aaron, tell us your thoughts on the Spider-Verse. I will not even venture into it. It's too fucking confusing. One Spider-Man. Be done with it.
I mean, you know, I kind of like, you know, the three, because there's a kid's show that my daughter watches all the time. So I've been, you know, she really likes Spider-Gwen. So I can't hate the Spider-Verse because it'd crush her. So I gotta be cool with it.
You've gone soft. Soft. Billy Zane wouldn't save your daughter on the Titanic now because of her take on
Billy Zane wouldn't need to save my daughter. She'd have her Spider-Verse capability.
Bearded Trucker says Jenny from Forrest Gump was a money-grumbling whore, too. Yes, but she suffered a fate for her treachery. She fucking rotted away from Hep C. Good. Everyone says it's AIDS. The director said it was Hep that she died from.
Either way,
yeah.
The point is, when she knew it was over, she decided she would F the rich retarded guy.
No, technically, she had a kid with the rich retarded guy before she knew she was going to die. So that part, she's technically kind of safe. She pity fucked the tard, had the kid, then she got Hep, then she rotted away to nothing. But before that, she made sure she brought the kid back to the married guy before she died of Hep C. So she did right by the kid.
Right.
Jenny's a better person than Kate Winslet in fucking Titanic. Jenny is better than Rose. Jenny is better than Rose. Clip it. Are we good now? I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're
285 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out. So anyway, Ocean Gate, as I was saying 45 minutes ago. Very fascinating. Goes down to see Titanic, powered by a Logitech game controller. By the way, if anybody can confirm this is real, I saw something on the
there's
internet.
A tweet that someone sent to me, too.
Yeah.
That the controller survived.
The controller survived the implosion. Now, I don't believe this because the implosion, they say the heat would have been the heat of the sun.
Right.
So I think everything was incinerated, but they did find the tail cone, so there is that. Here, game controller Titan.
There were 3 of them on there, though. So one, if it doesn't necessarily mean it was the one they were using. It could have been somewhere else that
could have been a Logitech game controller that they used on the Titanic.
Right.
It could have been one of those. We don't know. Titan submersible tragedy puts spotlight on gaming. What? Fuck you. What are you talking about?
Guys, we need to tie ourselves to this somehow, and we never leave our house.
Yeah.
There was a game controller. Yes, we're finally in one.
So I don't think they actually found it. I think that's fake, but it would be just like the biggest slap in the face if like they looked at the bottom of the ocean like, hey, look, the gaming controller. And like, oh, fuck you. So apparently they never really tested this thing, or they tested the thing, but like the equipment they used, a lot of people are saying that it shouldn't have been cleared to go past like 2,000 feet. Like it shouldn't even have been a half mile down in the ocean, let alone 2.5 miles down the ocean. But you're not going to stop that guy.
Even before the implosion part, there was a string of people that are like, I came out and said that the hull thickness wasn't, that it was 2 inches too thin and it needed to be at least 2 inches thicker and this, that, the other. And the people either got let go when they kept listing complaints, or they left because they were listing complaints and problems and they were getting ignored. And they're like, you know what? I'm not going to be tied to this. And they bailed.
Well, you might be talking about their director, Ocean Gate's director of marine operations was fired in 2018 after he warned that the carbon fiber hull of its submarine was not safe and might implode. Now, remember, Rush Stockman, or whatever the fuck the CEO's name was, his famous quote was, he didn't want to hire a bunch of boring 50-year-old white guys. Right. If I may, it was the boring 50-year-old white guys who warned him that this thing was a piece of shit and it shouldn't be going down to the ocean floor. And if you would have listened to those boring 50-year-old white guys, all those people might still be alive. Like that famous French explorer, the Middle Eastern guy and his son. Did you see the thing where the guy's son didn't even want to go? He got guilted into it as a Father's Day gift?
Yeah. He did not want to go. He was terrified that something might go wrong, according to his aunt.
Yeah.
And guess what?
I mean,
isn't it ironic?
It's that submersible ride that you didn't want to take. And who would have thought it imploded? Oh. Fucking kid doesn't want to go on the submersible, and then it blows up. And as the submersible imploded, he thought, well, isn't that nice? So Apparently, the Stockman Rush was firing all his 50-year-old white guys who were telling him that this is a horseshit idea. Because you know who doesn't tell you? Tell the multimillionaire CEO that his plans are full of shit? The 20-year-olds who are just lucky to have a job.
Yep.
They don't tell you that your submersible's a piece of shit. You know who does? Fucking James Cameron. He goes, hey, look, I made Kate Winslet's heel character one of the most unlikable people of all time. I know a thing or two about deception, and this is a ruse.
I was the first person to convince Kate Winslet to do a nude scene.
I took good guy Billy Zane and made him look like a bad guy and sold that to a bunch of gals. Now,
and I did it in 2 hours.
And I did, 5 or 6. How fucking
long? Well, no, the movie
was
was 2 hours.
Yeah. They fired a literal 50-year-old white man for telling them what was wrong with their submarine and why it was going to kill people. They told him he was an idiot and didn't have the academic qualifications of the engineers who said that the Titan was safe. And again, the offense he was fired for was telling them that this thing's a piece of shit and it's not going to work. And by the way, James Cameron said, a lot of us in the submersible community took one look at this thing and we went, this is horseshit, this is bad, don't do it. And he told all those people to go fuck themselves. They didn't know what they were talking about.
And it sounds like he went down in this thing more than once to the Titanic, because this wasn't the first trip.
Right.
So if this thing wasn't rated to do that and it's done it multiple times, I'm betting there were micro fractures from the stress of it and everything, where it was just like, eventually you were going to push it where going down there just wasn't going to come back. And it ended up being this trip. You weren't going to make it back.
Right. What's the movie where the guy steps on the old French mine? Tropic Thunder, where Steve Coogan steps on the mine and he looks down because he hears the click and he goes, huh, what's that? And then boom, it blows up all over the place. I imagine that being the entire crew of the ship. They just hear a crack and they're like, huh? And then boom, over. 30 milliseconds.
Actually, I could be wrong about this, but I'd heard they had dropped weight and were attempting to like come back up when everything was happening. So I personally, I'm worried like they heard like the weird metal creaky noises of like the micro fractures moving across the hull of the thing. And then like maybe a sensor or something going off warning them that like the integrity of this thing isn't going good. Like it's time to bail. So it's like, oh guys, we got to go back up to the surface. Don't worry. Everything's going to be.
Yeah. The actual act of it was so quick that nobody would have known anything, but it's like when I fell asleep from my tooth extraction. And then it feels like I closed my eyes and opened them again. But then all of a sudden I'm going, what's going on with my mouth? Except they don't wake up. I woke up from my tooth thing. Spoiler alert.
I'd like to think right before he died, he said, I fucking hate you, Dad. And then
Dad, you can suck my... David Lockridge was terminated in January 2018 after presenting a scathing quality control report. Isn't it interesting? Even if you fire the guy for saying shit you don't like, don't you at least spend the next 5 years trying to fix the shit he told you about?
Or at the very least, consider what he told you. I mean, look into what he said. Right. Just on a whole covering your ass so he doesn't get an "I told you so" moment.
Yeah,
like
this guy gets a great "I told you so." According to a court filing by Lockridge, the preamble to his report read, "Now is the time to properly address items that may pose a safety risk to personnel. Verbal communication of the key items I have addressed in my attached document have been dismissed on several occasions. So I feel now I must make this report so there is an official record in place." So he's verbally told these people, like, look, a carbon fiber hull this thing ain't going to hold up under the pressure. This is going to be bad news.
Especially, again, the thing was 2 inches thicker than it was supposed to be, or 2 inches thinner than it was supposed to be.
And
it's supposed to be 7 and they got 5.
Yeah, well, that's April's sex life. So then you have that. And then these people were telling him, like, no, you're full of shit. What are you talking about? He's like, well, fine. You know what? I'm putting it in writing, so at least I can say that I tried to warn you people. He saw visible flaws in the carbon fiber supplied to OceanGate, raising the risk of small flaws expanding into larger tears during pressure cycling. These are the huge pressure changes that the submersible would experience as it made its way to and from the deep ocean floor. He noted that a previously tested scale model of the hull had, quote, prevalent flaws. Now, Lockridge, however, worried in the lawsuit that the system would not reveal flaws until the vessel was descending and then might only provide milliseconds of warning before a catastrophic implosion. Well, spoiler alert.
That's what happened.
I hate to say I told her so, but I told her so. I mean, that guy gets the least satisfying I told you so in history. Oh, boy. Well, it's like I said, it's just really good that CEO didn't want any boring 50-year-old white guys fucking up his. Now you know why he didn't want any boring 50-year-old white guys. They were all raining on his parade. All the 50-year-old white guys were telling him this ain't going to work. And then he was like, shut the fuck up. I want to go down and see the big boat. I want to see big boat. You're going to kill people. No. I believe that was his scientific response.
Want to do ocean floor exploration.
Dub, thank you for gifting a membership to Ryobi. Appreciate that. We are a listener-supported show, so all of your contributions go towards knocking out today's goal, and we'll do a half hour of overtime if you nail it. 285 away. Let's knock that out and make sure that this show can stay on the air. If you feel like contributing, PayPal's the best way to do it, but Super Chats and memberships are great too. Let's keep going. We got 30 minutes until we're halfway through, so let's try to get to 200 by that time. What do you say? 85 away from that number. So they fire that guy, and then we also found out this weekend that Mr. Beast was invited on the Titan submersible. Now, anyone who responds to this with, oh, I wish he would have said yes, it's kind of a dick. My 6-year-old watches Mr. Beast before he goes to bed. I've watched Mr. Beast. He's fine. Mm-hmm. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Beast. He does fun, stupid little challenges. I think they're good. I've been entertained for a few minutes by a couple of them. I don't understand the hate for this guy, especially when he gives people their eyeballs back. Like he takes poor rotting blind people and he gives them their eyeballs back. And then people go, yeah, what a piece of shit. And it's like, what? Why?
He's making, what is it? Cripple porn, or what did they call it?
Yeah, they said something. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called, but
compassion porn.
Compassion porn. Shit. That's what it is. Which is an absolute horseshit phrase, because compassion porn is just called showing yourself helping people. Which, again, taking his own money, spending it on, getting people their eyeballs back or getting people their hearing back, and then people get pissed off at him that he's advertising it. Well, the guy's trying to recoup some of his money from helping these people see again. And then he does wacky.
Do they realize he didn't start out super wealthy, that he made himself famous and wealthy as an internet personality? Yeah. And as opposed to almost all of us who'd be like, and I'm rich and I'm done. Moving away. He's like, and now I'm going to take this money and do stuff with it, but I'm going to promote the stuff I do so that way I get more money to continue doing the stuff.
Yeah. I don't understand the Mr. Beast hate. He seems like a decent enough fella. But the star, who has over 160 million subscribers on YouTube, claims he was invited to be on the doomed Titan submersible that imploded, but he declined. I was invited earlier this month to ride the Titanic submarine. I said no, Mr. Beast wrote. Kind of scary that I could have been on it. And now watch, people will go, yeah, just making it about himself, fucking Mr. Beast. I think if you got a problem with Mr. Beast, I think you got problems with yourself that you probably need to figure out, because he just doesn't seem like a guy worth hating. The 25-year-old online sensation. And by the way, that's where most of the hate comes from. He's young and remarkably wealthy.
And remarkably popular on the internet.
Known for his over-the-top stunts and challenges, also shared a cropped image of what appears to be a text message inviting him on the trip. He said, also, I'm going to the Titanic in a submarine late this month. The team would be stoked to have you along, part of the invitation said. Had he agreed to the underwater expedition, Mr. Beast would have joined an already eclectic group of adventurers. We all know who's on there by now. Mr. Beast is the most subscribed to personality on YouTube. His net worth is estimated to be $500 million. Attaboy. The group descended towards the depths. We know what happened, so on and so forth. I mean, smart of Mr. Beast to say no. I mean, I hope that these people just had the, like, people around them who look into this shit and just go, dude, no. Even if the celebrity was like, oh, man, I really want to go. Oh, man, that sounds awesome. I just hope you have people around you, like, not even knowing the physics of the submersible, but they're just like, dude, I can't have you going that far deep in the ocean. I can't have you go into something that dangerous. It's just not a good move. No reason.
Parts of that sub came from an RV repair shop. Like, I just feel like, no, man, it doesn't look good. Hey, man, this is a state-of-the-art sub. They're steering it with a Logitech controller.
Yeah.
State-of-the-art, my ass.
I saw Stockton Rush picking an alternator off a Pontiac Bonneville. It was, I don't know if you're going to want to be on this thing, Mr. Beast. It's, maybe we'll do some kind of challenge, and we'll give some of the proceeds to the families of the submersible, but I don't know.
They were on the way down, and the French guy had to go, hey, shitter's busted.
Oh, no. You're shitting in a little cribbage peg hole to begin with. Mike Erb says, what amazes me most is that they paid to go on the sub. There is no amount of money that would get me to go even 100 feet down in that sub. 100? Well, yeah, I mean, I would take all kinds of money to go 100 feet down. You put me in scuba gear for the right amount of money, I'll go 100 feet. You can't hurt yourself at 100 feet, can you?
Well, the sharks can.
Well, yes, the shark. Oh, God, that's terrifying. I just got the feeling of a shark seeing you 100 feet down.
Hi, April. How you doing?
And then it eats your fucking head. Oh, my God. You think April's unsatisfied getting eaten now. Wait till it's a shark. Oh, my God. Kyle says...
The shark will finish the job.
Kyle says 500 million is not a lot. You are correct.
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
That's true. You can get the bends from 100 feet, says Familiar Human. Okay. We have to talk about Dominican basketball player Oscar Cabrera. Yes, guys, that is, after about an hour of conversation, that is I've shot my load on the Titanic. And the Titanic unsatisfied as well. 285 away from today's goal. Let's move on that, boys and girls.
Take another boat, Imholt.
5 or 10, 5 or 10, 5 or 10. If you feel like gifting memberships, that's cool. But if you want to throw into that PayPal, really important to get off to a good start this week on this listener-supported show. We are taking... Oh, Johnny, I can talk to you about this now. We are going to take Tuesday off and Monday evening off next week for the 4th. So you and I will do a show Monday morning if that works for you. And then we'll come back Wednesday morning, you and I, to do a show.
All right.
That's
okay.
That's how we'll do the 4th. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if we do, I don't know. Do we do a thing where if we pass the goal Monday by a certain amount, we do a show the night of the 4th? Nobody's going to want to do that anyway. It's fine. We'll just do our show, take the time off, and eat the losses, as it were. But let's chip in and let's make this week a good one. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Remember, 2.6% of this crowd keeps this show on the air. We got to make sure that we're still treading water here on Steel Toe. All right, professional Dominican basketball player Oscar Cabrera Adams died this week after an apparent heart attack while he was possibly undergoing a stress test. Now, Johnny, I have to reiterate, Mr. Cabrera Adams was a professional basketball player at 28 years old in the prime of his career, and his heart just stopped.
Well, I mean, this happens all the time.
I mean, now. Happens all the time now. Well, Cabrera Adams is also believed to have suffered from
myocarditis.
Myocarditis. Bingo, Johnny, you've won. He didn't, but you did. The disease can weaken the heart and its electrical system, which decreases the heart's ability to pump blood. Seems important for an athlete. Following his death, social media posts surfaced in which Cabrera Adams suggested he developed the rare heart disease after he received 2 doses of a Botox injection. I got damn myocarditis from taking a fucking Botox injection. I got 2 doses of Pfizer, Botox injection, and I knew it. Many people warned me, he wrote on social media. So here's a guy, drops dead from his heart stopping, professional athlete, again, in his prime. And his heart just stops in the middle of a stress test. And this is a guy who, before he had his heart stopped from the stress test, came out and said, look, man, I got this particular thing done. Now I have
I've got this problem.
Now I have myocarditis. I just want to see them spin this one. I don't want to see them sweep this guy under the rug because this story came out yesterday. I don't want to see them sweep this Gomez Adams guy. No, Gomez Adams is from the fucking... He's Gomez Adams now. Fuck it. I don't want to see them sweep this Gomez Adams guy under the rug and go, oh, nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. That's like the most boring way to...
I don't want Lurch to come out.
I don't need Morticia to tell us how we need to respect their family's privacy at this time. Fuck all that. I just, like, not addressing it is like the hackiest way to, like, make this thing go away. I want to see them actually try to explain this one away. Because here's a guy who, before he ever knew he had any problems, that his heart was going to stop, that he was going to die, anything, he went on social media. He's like, I've got myocarditis. Ain't nobody got time for that. He says, I got myocarditis. I got it from this Botox injection that I got. And then the guy's heart stops and he drops dead. I mean, I'm not saying this is the most obvious case of breadcrumbs leading from one thing to another outcome, but come on. And you just want to look at the people who are in charge of the messaging and you want to go, hey, look, will you just give us this one? Will you just...
I muted myself.
Will you just
own up to the fact that, like, there's a problem that we're having here? You don't have to say that you were wrong. You know, whatever. We just own up to the fact that maybe there's some unintended side effects.
Right. Just give us this one time that this guy, yup, and we should maybe be on the lookout for it. Because whenever it's anybody else, and, you know, they don't get to post about it on social media first, but it's an 18-year-old track star who's never had a cold in his life, and he just drops dead during practice one day, we all go, I know what this is. And then you guys go, oh, come on, you're being insane. Stop it. And then another 18-year-old track star or football player or basketball player drops dead the same way, and we go, come on. And they go, no, you're insane. Then a gymnast, then a baseball player. And you're like, those people don't even run. Come on, give me that one. Nope. Then we watch it happen to Damar Hamlin on national television. And we're like, come on, how about that one? And they're like, no, it's got to be the hit he took to the shoulder. You see, because that hit a certain vein, and then that electroshocked his heart. I'm like, do we look like the 2 dumbest guys in the history of the world to you? Is this why you choose to treat us with such disrespect?
I wouldn't ask that question while the 2 of us are sitting next to each other on a screen.
That's true. Now you have a guy who actually told you, like, look, I got this medical condition and I got it from this. And then a few months later, that guy drops dead.
I think they took him out because they didn't want him spreading that information. You know what'll stop all this jab was the problem thing? If we just, nonchalantly, take the guy out of the picture. No one will suspect a thing.
Guy Sartell says, this is why I don't work out. Got to keep yourself.
Yeah, we do not ever see like a fat kid dying at chess club because he got up too quick or something, we never see, it's never the chunky ones that are like, oh, well, he got done with his gaming competition and he jumped up to celebrate, took one too many turns around and fell over. No, that's not, doesn't happen.
It's not the case. Yeah, you're right. We never see a fat kid who had the Botox injection and like, oh man, he was just at a buffet and walking to get a third serving of pizza and load up his plate and all of a sudden he just dropped dead. Nope. Always, hey, look, an athlete in the prime of his life in the best shape anyone's ever seen another human being in, as good a shape as anyone who's ever existed. Just all of a sudden developed heart problems and dropped dead. Oh, it's interesting. Anything we can relate to that? Nope, no, just, dumb luck. Dumb luck.
But hey, at least we got all these fat kids still here.
Yeah. At least we're getting rid of all the prime healthy ones. Oh, I'm glad this isn't like a population control experiment or anything. I can't go down this rabbit. I can't fucking do this today. I had my Titanic rant. We still got 285 to go in our fucking goal today. Off to a slow start on a Monday. I can't sit here and dive this deep into a rabbit hole or my head's going to explode. Somebody said it in the chat. Take your Noticinol and be quiet. That's it. Just take your Noticinol.
All you need to do.
Quiet. You remember last week or 2 weeks ago, those people in Florida who put on their balaclavas and flew swastikas outside of Disney?
Oh, you mean the FBI?
Yes, and we were supposed to believe it was this white supremacist group that had been formed just a couple of months ago.
Right.
Yeah, because, new white supremacist groups popping up all the time. Well, they had just shown up to Disney and just happened to fly a swastika flag, all 2 or 3 of them, and wore masks to protect their identity. And wouldn't you know, the news media made a big deal of it, that these people must be and they were DeSantis supporters. Let's not forget that part.
Right.
They were talking about how good DeSantis was. Well,
it's amazing that all these racist groups show up when Trump and DeSantis are running for office.
Yes, it is amazing that they just seem to get really vocal at that point. Now, this next story, people are like, oh, Aaron, do you think everything with the swastika or Nazis or anything like that is a Fed operation and that it's all a false flag? No, there are some that I think are real. For example, the Ukrainian military, I believe, are real Nazis that were not created by the CIA. I mean, well-funded and propped up by them, absolutely. I think these are the most Nazis we've ever supported since Operation Paperclip. But that's a different story for a different day. But then
Ukraine is going to get us to Mars, everybody. You heard it here.
But then I saw this story out of Macon, Georgia. Macon, Georgia had a group of Nazi people with their swastikas gathering outside of a school. And this one I'm actually going to believe isn't feds. And I'll tell you why. Let's fire up this story and you can check it out for yourself. Contribute to the show. Throw us $5, $10. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Please knock that goal down. It is very important that we knock that out so Steel Toe can keep going.
Jail after being arrested during an anti-Semitic protest in downtown Macon. Hello and thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Frank Malloy. The protest started around 4:30 at Temple Beth Israel. But as Anthony Montalto shows you...
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was a Jewish facility, so it was like a synagogue and a school. I forgot. I'm sorry. I thought it was just a school. My bad.
The anti-Semitic group actually started its day further south in Warner Robins.
Friday morning, folks in this Warner Robins neighborhood
they definitely want him gone. I'm just keeping score for the folks at home, that's all. It was just a stunt. He was supposed to pinch my leg if he was running short of air. With all this time sitting on people, how did this guy have time to get his journalist degree? No.
Woke up to anti-Jewish literature right in their front yards. They called the Warner Robins police.
In fairness, if I'm going to wake up to anti-Jewish literature, I'd like to not have to cross the street to my mailbox for it. So it being in the front yard is at least convenient.
Doorstep would be better.
Yes, goose step would be best. Sorry. Continuing on. I can't help it. I do a funny show. How can you hate it?
Police department to investigate, but it didn't stop there because Friday afternoon, folks
Where
who
are you
appear
going?
to be with
what the fuck was that? What
We tried to do a dramatic shot, but it's a static camera. So they're like, all right, so we're going to film you walking off, and then we're going to film you walking into the shot.
What kind of low-budget news shit is this? Ready for this drama? All right, pan.
Jewish literature right in their front yards. They called the Warner Robins Police Department to investigate, but it didn't stop there because Friday afternoon, folks who appear to be with the same group showed up in downtown Macon outside Temple Beth Israel.
We actually have one in the driveway and in front of our house at the mailbox.
Teresa Wilson had just gotten home from the bank when her neighbor ran up to her.
It's a little on the nose, isn't it?
Well, that's where we all hang out.
Oh, so you were making a deposit? No, just having coffee. Just like to hang out at the bank for the aesthetic of the whole thing. Come on. Does the news not have any self-awareness? They're like, can we just make up that she was coming from somewhere else? Can we not? Hey, a bunch of people handed out literature saying, look out for these money-grubbing Jews. And this woman's like, I was coming home from the bank. And wouldn't you know, they said we were all obsessed with money. It was a terrible thing.
We have to touch it once a day. It's part of our culture.
And said, ma'am, please don't touch that bag in your driveway. And he was on the phone calling the police at the time.
They were plastic.
I love how the guy calling the police like, ma'am, don't touch that bag. It's evidence. Like, you can't touch the fucking anti-Jew rhetoric material because you'll contaminate it. Oh,
Look,
somebody
we need to make sure all the fingerprints on there are of people that are culpable.
Yeah, somebody watched a little too much Law and Order.
Bags with anti-Semitic flyers inside, along with some sort of pellet. Wilson and her husband Joshua thought it was rat poison.
The first instinct was, what about kids? What about people's animals? If this is something poison, then they could easily get a hold of it.
It's not rat poison. It looked like rabbit pellets. It looked
And
like
I'm pretty sure that the bags were weighted down so they could throw them and they would land.
right. Those were just
Otherwise,
pellets, dude.
otherwise, you're driving out your car, you throw a bag with a piece of paper out the window. It's coming right back at you. You
Yeah.
need some weight in there.
Come on, they're Nazis. They're not retards. They understand physics. But no, it's they're like, oh, it could have been poison. All right, well, that turns this into a terrorist attack, dipshit. If people are just poisoning people's front lawn. I love how he thinks that this group just gets a hold of massive amounts of poison and just starts chucking it into people's yards indiscriminately. All right.
Warner Robins police say they believe they're non-toxic pine pellets to hold the packets down. They appear to be from a group called the Goyim Defense League, which
The Goyim Defense League.
Hey, isn't that the group that's going after George Soros?
This really is like the most on-the-nose story I've ever heard of this stuff. Like, I was coming home from the bank. They're the Goyim Defense League.
the Anti-Defamation League classifies as an extremist group.
We want to get people to look into Jewish supremacy. We want people to look into the overrepresentation in our media.
About 50.
I love when they find one of them that'll go on TV. See, now, this is where I go, like, Aaron, do you think any of this shit ever isn't feds? And I'm like, yeah, ones like this, where their faces...
they don't wear a mask.
Yeah, their faces are out there. They're excited to get onto camera and talk to the news and everything else. That's what, like, a real Nazi, a real, anti-Jewish or white supremacist guy, they love cameras. They love showing their face. They have absolutely no shame about what they're doing. And like this one, I feel like is legit. And this guy's like, we want to question Jewish supremacy and their control of the media. It's like, ooh, so you're just right out there, huh?
You didn't see what happened to Kanye?
Yeah, right. You don't have a shoe deal, do you?
15 people were outside the Macon temple shouting what deputies call obscene language through a bullhorn. Rabbi Elizabeth Bahar was inside at the time.
We actually have a Torah study that begins at 5:15. So I already had a student here ready to learn. I had some people on Zoom ready to start learning.
And their Shabbat service.
And they were both very happy that they could hear both sides of this discussion.
And they were very happy to ready to start learning, and I was very excited to just feed them my religious beliefs to make sure that they propagate.
Was set to begin at 6:30. She thought about canceling, but used it as a chance to preach about anti-Semitism.
I said, you know what? We're not going to let them win. It's our night. It's to pray. This is what we do. This is who we are. And so we're going to pray.
She is right. They do always win. Congratulations. I mean, there's been a couple bumps in the road.
Neighbors called the Bibb County Sheriff's Office. Deputies eventually closed the protest down. The group had a blow-up doll representing a gay Jewish man hanging by the neck from a street sign.
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, see, this is why the FBI could take some notes from this. They don't do, like, Nazi flags are just, that's too easy. That's too, like, low key. You got to be outrageous nowadays. We need an inflatable Jewish guy who's apparently wearing a rainbow headband, and you got him hanging by the neck. You got to go out. You got to put some gusto into it.
Right. That's how you can tell the difference between a Feds protest and an actual anti-Jewish protest. Is like, there's some weird psychotic creativity to the real ones. The FBI ones are exactly how boring FBI agents would do a protest.
Mayor Lester Miller says it's county property, so the sheriff's office asked them to remove it and leave. In Macon, Anthony Montalto, 13.
Could you remove the hanging gay Jew figurine from the street sign, please? Oh, that's the first time in my career I've had to say that.
WMAC News.
After we interviewed him, deputies arrested John Minadeo II for disorderly conduct and public disturbance. They say he kept shouting obscenities through a bullhorn after he was asked to stop. Minadeo was released on a more than $900 bond around 8 p.m. According to the Anti-Defamation League, Minadeo leads the group and travels across the country to spread his views.
See, now that, again, another sign that it's not a Fed thing is because,
Because we got a name and a picture, which this is the weirdest part that the FBI doesn't get. How do they always think it's us when all we do is show up in matching uniforms covered head to toe, and we never release the identities of the problem causers at the event who were arrested?
Right. We arrest them with their balaclavas on and then let them keep them on throughout the arresting process. I mean, it checks out. Dr. Climate Abortion with $2 says it's a game of Jewish cornhole. Oh. Thank you for the $2, buddy. We need all we can get. 285, now 280 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Remember, this show is not on the air without listener contributions. So there you go. 280 away from today's goal. We need to move on that. So if you feel like contributing, please do. We appreciate all of your generosity. Maybe you want to become a Steel Toe VIP. Well, you go to $250 in 1 week's time, gets you all 3 of our t-shirts, gets you 2 of our 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every Steel Toe live event, including the anniversary show on Saturday, August 12th, gets you entered in a $100 drawing every single month. And when new merch comes out every year, you get a copy of it as well. You get to claim a copy for yourself. That's the Steel Toe VIP program. $250 in 1 week is your one-time contribution to become a Steel Toe VIP. Let's get to work. 280 away. We're almost at 8 o'clock, so we're almost halfway through. We're $30 into today's goal. We do have to get moving on that. I hate to be the e-beggar guy, but got to take care of the money first, then I can do a show. I appreciate your guys' generosity. If you can chip in, please do. 280 away from today's goal. All right, let's get into the Bam Margera stuff, and hopefully those contributions come swinging in as we do. Hopefully we're doing a good program for you today. I gave myself one time to, what do they call it? Suspend my disbelief on the Bam Margera thing. That, hey, they wouldn't let Bam see his kid anymore. Bam went nuts. They put him on a psych hold because he was threatening to, OD on crack and all that stuff. And if you don't let me see my kid, I'm going to, go smoke crack with the bums until I'm dead. And they got him. They put him in a facility, 72-hour hold. He agreed to go to Lamar Odom's rehab facility and get himself clean. And
right.
for a week, it was going really, really well. And they were letting him talk to his kid again and basically letting him know, like, hey, Bam, these are the stakes. You get clean, you get to have a relationship with your kid. You go back to drugs, you lose your family. Like, this is it. And I said last week, I said, look, I'm going to choose to believe that he wants to make a change here and that he's going to do this for his family. But if I get burned on this one, you thought I was hard on Bam before, it's going to get way, way worse. Well, Bam's full of shit. Bam wasn't doing any of this for his child. He wasn't doing any of this for his family. Like any other junk bag drug addict, he was just using it as another smoke screen. He was using it as another crutch so that he could get sympathy. because troubled TV star Bam Margera has cut his latest rehab stint short and headed to Las Vegas. Which, cutting your rehab stint short is a bad idea, number one. But then cutting it short to go to Las Vegas, a city literally called Sin City, something tells me that the commitment to sobriety may be lacking. I don't know.
Well, I mean, this is actually, I have to commend Bam. Bam realizes how serious this is. And so he's not going to fuck around with 12 steps. None of that shit. No. He's cutting to the quick. We're gonna go to the place with the most temptation on earth to prove we can resist it all.
Yeah, I don't know of many successful addicts who cut their rehab short and then go, you know what? I think I'm good. I cut it short. But I have a feeling that if I go to Las Vegas, I can really find out if I'm healed or not. The Jackass alum had been getting help at a detox center in San Diego, California, where Lamar Odom previously sought treatment, but didn't want to complete the program. Sources with knowledge of the situation told TMZ Saturday. Yeah, I mean, look, I was willing to get snowed on this one. I was willing to suspend my disbelief and get snowed. And I didn't even go on an I told you so thing this time. I didn't even say that, hey, when he fucks this up, I'm going to be the one to say he's going to fuck it up. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt because I thought the kid thing and the family thing would finally be enough to make him go, all right, I'm going to cut the shit and I'm going to give it a fair shake this time. He made an asshole out of me. And he lied again. He's the same fucking guy. The kid thing didn't matter, which is, I think, the grossest part about this, because it shows that he doesn't see his kid as any less of an object that he can use as he does anybody else.
As everything else.
Yeah. His kid is the same pawn that his mom or his dad or his brother or his soon-to-be ex-wife is. They're all pawns. They're all there to be used as an excuse whenever he needs them to. It's fucking same old with Bam Margera. And now, go ahead. Go and rot. I don't give a shit. Don't let this guy talk to his kid. Don't let this guy see his family. It's time to let go. It's time to let him go to Las Vegas, dive into a pile of whatever he wants to dive into, and hope he doesn't come out of it this time. His kid doesn't need to know that his dad's out there fucking up this bad. Maybe it's time, maybe if the chips got cashed in, to use a Vegas reference, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to that kid, because then he wouldn't get old enough to see what a fuck up his dad was and have to live through that. But the guy doesn't give a shit. There's nothing.
And he's got too much money, which is the worst part. One of the things that really helps people realize they need to get off the stuff is when they realize how hard they're trying just to stay on it, because they have to do so much to keep their life going with that. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that problem because he has money, and I'm sure a couple of people around him who are more than willing to help keep him in the thick of it, if you will.
Yeah.
Because it helps keep them high, and it's something you can afford to do, man. He's got the money.
And again, you used your kid. That's the grossest part about this newest one. You used your child. You convinced us that this was about your kid, and I don't get to talk to my kid, and I'm so sad that I don't get to talk to my child. When really, you just needed another excuse as to why you were so sad and you need to do drugs and everything else. But then you went the extra mile of telling us, oh, I'm going to Lamar Odom's rehab facility, and I'm going to get clean, and I'm going to do it for my kid. He must have had 2 conversations with his son and then went, well, I'm fucking bored. I'm going to go do some drugs. I'm going to Vegas.
Never mind. This kid's a fucking loser. I'm out.
Yeah. Fuck this kid. He's boring. He's got nothing interesting to say. Said that Steve-O is favorite. Steve-O's his favorite. Fuck this kid. And then also, you make Lamar Odom look like an asshole, too. Like, Lamar Odom looks like a dildo for sticking his hand out there and going, hey, I'm going to give you a free rehab in my treatment center, and I want to see you get better, and, do this for your family and all that. And, oh, yeah, Lamar. And they pose next to each other in the hospital, and, yeah, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it for my son and everything else. And then you bail after a week and you make this guy look like a fucking idiot. I mean, the guy doesn't give a shit about anything. So anything that happens to him, I don't feel bad. I don't think Bam's story, Like, if it ends where we think it's going to end, people say, oh, what a tragic ending. It's not tragic anymore. The guy did everything in his power to make it happen. It almost seems like he wants it. And he doesn't give a shit about his child. He doesn't give a shit about anybody that ever gave a shit about him. All these people who tried to rescue him, all these people at great personal expense to themselves who tried to rescue and save this guy, and he just keeps going out, doing the same thing, consequence-free in his mind. So fuck him. Everybody who reaches a hand out to this guy, he ends up turning on him, ends up making him look like a dick, you wait. There's going to be a live stream or a video or some damn thing that comes out where Bam's going to shit on Lamar Odom and say like, oh, he was using me and all this other shit.
The funny part is the people using him are the ones around him. They're like, no, man, let's go get loaded. Let's tie one on. Like those, because those are people who aren't paying for the stuff. They're like, hey, man, let's go get fucked up because you're going to buy and we're all going to get high.
Yeah, I think, I would say this is it for Bam, but we've said that before. We've said before that, this is it for Bam. How does he recover from this one? And then he just, like a cracked cockroach, he just keeps finding another way to find a new bottom. So, after this, no more rehab stints. You don't believe a fucking thing until this guy's clean and like 12-step Bible thumping and shit like that. He's burned up any piece of goodwill he's ever had with anyone. And like you said, okay, maybe you leave the rehab early. Maybe you feel like you've got it figured out. Okay, that strains credulity with me, but okay, maybe. But to then go to Las Vegas right away just shows that you've already given into the temptation. You've already gone, oh, wait, there's a fun thing going on with my buddies in Vegas. I got to get out of here. I got to go. That's just shows you the value.
What fun thing, by the way, is going on with your buddies in Vegas that's so important that this rehab and this kind of last chance to save my family and my life. I'm going to throw all that away because my buddy's got a magic show in Vegas. I got to check this out.
Right. I've got Piff the Magic Dragon tickets at Excalibur. I can't miss it. Scarface says next stop for Bam, IP2. If he makes it long enough, he might end up on that Andy Dick RV. Which, by the way, is Andy Dick still doing the RV thing, or is he in jail now? What's Andy Dick up to?
I don't know. I don't really keep track of Andy Dick.
Oh, I told you it was part of your job.
Damn it.
What's he doing lately? Andy Dick IP2.
I've been coasting off of the fact that you never ask about Dick.
Jet Neptune on Meeting Andy Dick. That's Sam Hyde's boy. That's from months ago. Andy Dick was living in Motel 6, last I heard, says Chris. Oh, really? Okay. Hobo Chili Recipe says Bam and Andy Dick can play tummy sticks on Chicken Andy. I'm calling it now. Place your bets. Look, I hope that Bam isn't IP2 bound. I hope, because IP2 is like you're an addict, you fucked up, you used to be famous, and you're broke. So if Bam shows up on IP2, it's because he needs the money. And if that's the case, then he burned through like a $30 million fortune in a very short amount of time.
I'm hoping if he needs the money, it's because somebody did the right thing and took it away from him and left it for the kid going, no, this is just going to go up his nose anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, Familiar Human says IP2 is where morons go to die. Cocktiff says, whatever happened to Andy's fiance? I think she just kind of wilted away to zero. People kind of realized. I think we helped expose what Elisa Jordana was. We had a lot of success with that. And then I think that and a lot of other people hammering away at her. I don't hear anything from her. I think that's all pretty much done. I think she's finished. She's kind of globbed on and fame hoard to the last person ever. And I think she's finished. Or as Lemmy says, she dissolved in her own lip filler. That's a possibility as well. Who knows? But as far as Bam goes, look, do I think this is it and you should get your death pools ready for 2023 for Bam Margera? No, I don't.
Nah.
I think he's going to survive. I think he's just going to bounce around being a greasy, unwashed, dirty, junky piece of shit. And they're not going to let him have any contact or anything with his kid. And he's going to be okay with that. Like, he's now shown he's okay with it because they made this whole thing contingent on being able to see your kid. And he
Well,
he ditched it all for Las Vegas.
Contingent on being able to see his kid. He's the one who first came out going, you know what? If I can't see my kid, then I guess I'm just going to get fucking loaded all day, every day. And so they're like, all right, well, here, you get clean. We'll start letting you see your kid some more. And you started trying to do the process of being clean. You started getting to see your kid. I mean, at this point, there's no reason to quit unless what you're getting isn't worth keeping you on the straight and narrow.
Right. Mudda Trucker Gaming says maybe Bam is going to become a Vegas magician. Abracadabra, make this pile of cocaine disappear. He's good at it. That's a good trick.
So, I'm going to make this cocaine disappear. Like, where'd it go? Oh, my God.
Where'd it go, dude? I'm Bam Margera, and this is the Coke Sniff. Gets a cease and desist for using jackass lines. 280 away from today's goal. Let's get a move on that, guys. We need to go on a little run here. Quite a decent run. 280, only $30 into today's goal. Got to keep this show properly supported to keep this thing going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, links are in the chat. Let's go on a little run. Let's wake it up this Monday morning and keep Steel Toe going. If you're not part of the 2.6% that contribute and keep this show going, join it today. PayPal's the best way to do it, but Super Chats and memberships are great as well. Margera appeared in photos at the time to be in good spirits and even gave a thumbs up to paparazzi when he was going into rehab. According to TMZ, that outing took place after the pro skateboarder bolted Odom's home in Calabasas, where the ex-NBA star had been continuing to encourage him to detox at the Odom Wellness Treatment Center. So he bailed on the treatment center. Odom took him into his own home, and he fucked off and went to Las Vegas. You got to take this guy to Saskatchewan, Moose Jaw, Alaska, to a rehab.
This guy does not get clean by his own free will. You would have to literally lock him up and keep him away from it to a point where chemical dependency wears off and you can give him some time to develop behaviors that don't revolve around getting loaded. But even then, if you got to push that hard to save him, what guarantee do you have that he doesn't just fall off the wagon the minute he's free?
Right. I just forget it. No hope. It ends how it ends. Best of luck to Bam. I don't really mean that. Someone says no white cake, no goal. Well, look, man, I'm desperate to do my show, and my show needs to hit the goal. So you may be joking, but I say fuck it.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
There you go. 280 away from knocking it out today. Let's go ahead and open up our 7 o'clock hour stories. In the meantime, make sure you get your Steel Toe anniversary show tickets to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. We got a couple dozen left. Go to eventbrite.com, Steel Toe anniversary show, to get your tickets. The cornhole tournament is really filling up. That's got about 10 spots left, although we can always add them. And I think the comedy show, if we sell that out early enough, we might try to see if we can finagle a few more seats, a few more seating options into Stoney's if that sells out early. Remember, it is absolutely free to come to the party. Once the comedy show starts, you need your tickets, but the party part is totally free. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com, of course, for firearms, suppressors, knives, optics, parts, and gear, and so much more. Visit our friends Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Remember, if you have an FFL, you can get the firearms ordered online, delivered right to your door. If you don't, they'll send it to an FFL near you, and you can go pick it up there. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order online and get huge savings at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's MidlandArmory.com. Promo code SteelToe. Okay, 280 away from today's goal. We are stuck in a rut. I think we're doing a funny show. I think we're doing a good one for you today. Let's make sure that we can get that whole thing knocked out and we can call this a success today. Thank you very much to Mike's Tool and Nail. Appreciate that. With $10 over on PayPal. Says probably have to fire a guy today. Here are some of his wages. Oh, no. And Nicholas with $5. Thank you very much. Hopefully that starts a little rally here today and we can call it a successful Monday. 265 away from knocking it out today. Let's make that a rally, boys and girls. Everybody get a little generous with a little something to steel toe. See what just a little 10 and 5 can do. PayPal the best way, but super chats are welcome. Gifted memberships are awesome too. Let's make sure this thing can go. Your favorite e-beggar morning show is Steel Toe. Ain't too proud to beg. Let's see if we can knock that most important part out. The world doesn't run on arts and entertainment. The world runs on money, as you heard in that news story with the protesters that we did earlier. Johnny, did you see anything over the weekend about this Wagner Mercenary group in Russia?
No, I've only heard a little bit this morning as I was looking before our show got started. Apparently, there's a group revolting. We kept hearing about the promises of groups inside of Russia that are like, oh, they're fighting back against Putin. And I'm like, yes, because if there's one thing Putin allows, it's people to resist. So, yeah, I totally believe that this group was totally going to fight Putin.
Well, I've been looking at the Wagner mercenary group thing. So there's this group of mercenaries called the Wagner Group, and Russia's using them to fight the Ukrainian war because this thing has been going for over a year, and you need your mercenaries because your military gets overstretched, supply lines get stretched out, the soldiers get, war weary and all that stuff. So you get fresh reinforcements, you hire private paramilitary groups. Well, one of these, the Wagner Group, launched a coup against the Russian government that was paying them to fight the Ukrainians. They vowed to strike back against the Russian military over allegations that government troops had killed a significant number of private mercenaries. So Wagner believes that the Russians attacked them first. So then they started marching on Moscow. Then they took this military depot near Moscow, and there was this standoff thing, and they negotiated a thing with it's all very, very confusing. In a proactive display of retaliation, Wagner troops have marched on and seized the key Russian city of Rostov-on-Don. Putin, meanwhile, has indicated that there will be a swift and severe retaliation for the military action. Now, after that, on, I believe, Saturday, that news came out that this mercenary group is going to start taking Russian territory. And then the Russian military says, we're going to fuck you up. The greatest challenge to Russian President Vladimir Putin in his more than 2 decades in power fizzled out after the rebellious mercenary commander who ordered his troops to march on Moscow abruptly reached a deal with the Kremlin to go into exile and sounded the retreat. So this group of mercenaries went from, we're going to stage a coup against Vladimir Putin, to, all right, boys, that's enough. Pack it up and go home. And we're going into exile. We're leaving. No more fighting, no more military stuff. We're done.
Did they possibly do this whole thing to sucker some money out of the U.S.? I mean, that'd be a pretty sweet move.
My theory is, double cross. My theory is double cross. My theory is we paid them. They got billions of dollars, this Wagner mercenary group. And we said, hey, you turn on Russia. You launch a coup against Putin. And then they did, so they could say they would. And then Putin went to them and went, all right, nice job. Take the $6 billion from the CIA and disperse. And they did. I think it was a double cross. It was, you know what it was like? It reminded me of the Irish in Braveheart.
Right.
Remember where the Scots go out to meet them and then they shake hands and they turn on the British?
Yeah.
That's what this kind of reminds me of. I don't think that this was, oh, these Wagner guys are all full of piss and vinegar and, they're gonna get Putin. And then they have one phone call with Putin and they go, all right, guys, pack it up. We're going home.
Turns out he doesn't like what we're doing. We're going to go.
Yeah, I think this was something that made our CIA look foolish. But there's, no way to prove it. No way to know that's what happened. But
I just feel like if you're Russia, all right, you guys go into exile. But no, you resisted. Somebody should be getting executed at that point, in my opinion.
Right.
You have to hold the idea that we're, all right, you're never seen or heard from again. Right.
Under the deal announced Saturday by the Kremlin, the commander of Wagner, Prigozhin, will go to neighboring Belarus, which has supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Charges against him of mounting an armed rebellion will be dropped. I'm sorry, you don't just drop those charges. If this
Especially since he did really mount an armed rebellion.
Right. If this is this isn't their January 6th, for God's sake. No, January 6th was a much bigger threat. You don't just have a guy march his troops on your capital and take over a city and then go, you know what, let's strike a deal. All charges dismissed. Don't worry about it. The government also said it would not prosecute Wagner fighters who took part, while those who did not join in were to be offered contracts by the defense ministry. Prigozhin ordered his troops, many of whom had been fighting alongside Russia's regular soldiers in Ukraine, back to their field camps. So, again, I think these Wagner guys took money from the United States government. I think they launched this rebellion against the Russians so they could show the CIA, hey, look, we did it. We held up our end of the deal. And then Putin said, okay, you guys want to go to Belarus and invade from the north? And they went, yeah, we got you. All right. All charges dismissed. I don't see this. It just doesn't seem real. It does, like all the Putin's not known for letting people get off light for fucking with him.
Yeah, dude. He doesn't even like people who oppose him politically at a fair election in his country.
He sends his spies and assassins to other countries to go fuck with a guy who just said Putin's a piece of shit. And now these guys actually take up arms and capture one of his cities, and he goes, we're cool. You go to Belarus, and we'll just forget the whole thing ever happened. I don't buy it. I think
Let's
got
call the whole thing off.
Yeah. Thank you, Taylor, for the $10 over on PayPal. See, there you go. Rallies are possible. $4.99 from Hobo Chili Recipe. Says, I'm interested in advertising on Steel Toe. My product is called, I can't say that word. It's racist.
I love that you've learned you have to read his first.
Yes. Sweetwater molasses. It show is good, massa. So if I can get a quote. Thank you, Hobo Chili Recipe, for the $4.99. $2.50 away from today's goal. Let's keep fucking going. Good little rally there. Let's get her down there and hope we have a shot at having a successful show today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships. All of it's great, guys. Show your support for Steel Toe financially any way you can. It is our life's blood and what keeps us going. Angry Saxon says a mercenary group opportunistically took money from us and then changed their minds. Weird. Yeah, it's almost like mercenaries are only loyal to the best deal they can find. Jason Bardot says it was a consolidation of power for him. He's stronger, actually. Yeah.
And they got more money.
Yes. I think that it made Putin look a lot stronger. He basically, it looks like he got this group to flip and work for him again. And somebody paid these guys to rebel. So they got to put some money in their pockets too. Nobody Likes Onion says if Vladimir Putin had a YouTube channel, I would also get him kicked off of YouTube. I tell you what, you're a bad man. When you make a promise to get a channel taken down, you follow through. Oh, sorry. I apologize. That's uncomfortable. $2.50 away from today's goal. There's the links. If you feel like contributing, please do. We are a long ways away, but hopefully we can get a couple of rallies in here and get off to a good start this week. All right, Johnny, I have a follow-up story for you.
Okay.
I have some new information. You know how there's all these landmark events that happen, the first this to do this or the first that to do that? Well, a while back in New Hampshire, America had its first trans state lawmaker. First openly trans state lawmaker. A decade later, we check in on Stacey Marie Lawton, the first elected transgender official. And, because there's a lot of stereotypes about like trans people and LGBTQ plus people. And a lot of people like use those stereotypes to say like, oh, they're not fit for, public service or to, hold, state representative spots or anything like that. And that's just really disgusting because that just plays into statistical stereotypes, which, as we know, are wrong.
Right.
So let's check in with Stacey Marie Lawton 10 years after she became and I don't want to misgender her, certainly, the first trans state representative. Stacey Marie Lawton has been arrested on child porn charges.
Uh-oh.
Huh. That's really fascinating. I gotta find my data
Is that technically keeping on brand or
Hold on,
not?
let me see. Let's see. Much more likely to. Okay. Child molestation. Okay. Child porno. Oh, okay. Well, here we go. Wouldn't you know it? Hey, Johnny, sometimes you play the numbers and you win. That's all I'm saying. This is, would you like to see the beautiful trans woman?
Sure. Let's see this. Holy Jesus.
That's her.
Did they go through any hormone therapy?
Right? It's like, I don't know. That hairline there screams testosterone to me.
Yeah, the dude. I'm sorry. I don't want to misgender.
No, you don't want to misgender the child pornographer.
I mean, like, if you're a trans person, don't you put some effort into pretending to be the other gender? This person, like...
Well, there are people like Caitlyn Jenner who try to put on dresses and do makeup and have facial surgeries and things like that. Then there's what I call the hoop jumpers, who just one day go, I'm a chick now, deal with it. And then they just get to look like a fat child molester. And in this case, pretty on brand. I mean...
I was going to say, well, at least he didn't dress for at least he dressed for the job he wanted.
Right, exactly. I mean, at least this isn't, you don't look at this person and go, wow, this shocks the hell out of me. You hear trans, and then you look at the picture and you go, nope, that checks out. I think that tracks. That looks about right. So this is a problem that I don't believe that this country will be addressing anytime soon. I don't think anyone wants to talk about, I don't think anybody wants to talk about
politicians and how when you become one, it corrupts you and you become a horrible person.
I was going to say maybe the trans community, it may be statistically having certain things about them that occur at a higher rate than the general population. Let's put it that way. There is some of the child accusations. We've also seen them want to really obsessed with talking to kids in schools. So,
I mean, I don't know, every person that's non-binary and all that. I don't see a real problem with them. However, Sam Brinton and other ones do prove that when they get into politics, apparently they can't handle it. They just go wonky and things go weird. Sam Brinton, we never heard about stealing luggage until he was given a job by the Biden administration.
In fairness,
so
after Sam Brinton left, there was one more incident where they again stole a suitcase.
Stop shooting holes in my theory, God damn it!
I'm just saying. Yeah, Rusty Grammer with a good point. Who the fuck voted for that dirtball? Like, who looked at this person?
Because they resigned and came back.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Sam Brinton. I'm talking about
this guy. They resigned and came back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the one that had two.
Oh,
if I'm remembering the story correctly.
So you saw this person run for office, and this isn't even a trans thing. This is just a doing the eyeball test thing. You looked at this person, and you went, this is the person I want representing me. I was about to ask a really stupid question. I was going to say, what party do you think they are? But that...
I mean, that's clearly a Republican, right? I mean, I don't see a Democrat in that. They don't have their hair together.
Stacey Marie Lawton, a Democrat, will knock me over with a feather, who previously resigned twice from the New Hampshire State House, is now facing 4 counts of distributing sexually explicit images of children. Now, Nashua Police Department Public Information Officer Sergeant John Sinelli said that police were called to respond to a juvenile incident on Tuesday when they were told that the former lawmaker had been distributing explicit images. They searched Lawton's house and arrested Lawton. Resigned shortly after they were elected in 2012 because of old charges of credit card fraud. Then the totally not gullible people of New Hampshire reelected them in 2022 after they were arrested again for making a bomb threat against a hospital and lying to the police in a separate case. So, child abuse and clear signs of mental disturbance or illness. Boy, I tell you, I don't like to be seen as a walking stereotype, but some
That
people,
guy did.
Yeah, some people don't mind being, the control in the experiment, is what I'm trying to say. All of these facts weren't going to stop the Democrats from handing this man power, but after being reelected in 2022, they resigned once more because of involvement in 2 stalking cases. Jesus Christ. I mean, is identity politics that important to you? That it just has to be a warm trans body, like it being a total piece of shit? You pay no never mind to that part?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Good Lord, man.
I've taken the liberty of doing an image search.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, someone said Google Stacy to see her, dolled up,
Stacy. Oh my God.
Yeah, surprisingly not different, dolled up.
Oh, what's that one chick's name? Rachel, the Health and Human Services woman.
Good God, I have no idea.
I can't remember her name. Eat your heart out, though, ma'am. Oh, my God. Who's a pretty girl?
Got an
Who's
8 head on this one. Jesus.
And, man, I mean, how many times does someone has... So, first of all, they got arrested for being a mentally ill psycho, which, who could have saw that coming? Rachel Levine. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Then after that, the child molestation. I'm not convinced that New Hampshire wouldn't go ahead and vote for him again. I mean, it's not like you didn't know they were crazy before. You know who I feel bad for? The traveling circuses. Look at all the jobs that have been lost because we've just embraced so many things.
Yeah, back in the good old days, this just would have been a bearded lady.
They could have made a decent living. They probably wouldn't have access to the internet, and they'd be a lot better off, in my opinion. But, hey, it's Mo Green writes, would you?
I don't think so.
No, it took you a minute, but we got our answer.
Mean, I just, who would? I mean, normally, like, I always worry about the idea of, like, if I go back out dating and I go home with a chick and I find out chick is actually a guy, that's a problem. But I feel like, how do you not know going in?
It's the fact that this person has shown so many signs of being a clear lunatic. It doesn't make me very confident that they would that the people of New Hampshire would then say, well, the child porn thing, that's too far. Because like all the other stuff you allowed that clearly, showed you a warning sign or two.
But watch, like you said, they'll reelect this person, especially when they come out like, I have to go out and I need my my office restored so I can fight for the rights of minor attracted persons because I feel like they are being stereotyped and demonized in our society. We really need to make that okay for no reason.
I want to laugh. But if I do laugh, I feel like that makes it come true faster historically. So,
well, at least you realize it's going to happen either way.
Yeah, right. It's faster or slower. Which one's first? Do I get to die first?
Sit down, cinch up your pants, and get ready because this one's going to be fun.
Son of a bitch. All right, boys and girls, we need to get moving here. We are 250 away from today's goal and about an hour 20 away from rattling the cans and trying to get the money going to keep this show on the air. If you'd like to contribute, there's the links in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. Streamlabs, PayPal, those are the 2 best ways to do it. Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. We also have the gifted memberships option, which is great. Go ahead and contribute to this program. If we knock out that goal, we do an extra 30 minutes of overtime at the end of the program. Make your morning go a little bit faster. And also, usually consider about 150 to be striking distance by the time we rattle the cans. So we're about $100 away from that. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. How about all of us throw in a little bit? Let's knock this thing out. Let's get it going. And let's make sure we can keep Steel Toe moving forward. Your favorite e-begging, can-rattling program needs your help. UFC President Dana White says he's talked with Zuckerberg and Musk, and both are all in on the cage match. They're going to do... Now, I hope they go with something a little more original than the Battle of the Billionaires, but I have a feeling that's what we're going to go with marketing-wise for this fight.
Am I the only person who feels like this isn't fair, that Dana White kind of swooped in to steal this one? I feel like this should be a Keemstar thing because we're still on the internet side here. Like, I get it. These guys are big names with big money. And,
I mean,
so, like, Dana White's like, hey, I want to get in on this. So, like, that's great, but that's not fair.
Right. This is Keemstar's bit, is the celebrity boxing thing.
This is supposed to be, this should be his ultimate, his crescendo. This should be the big one.
Although I guess, in fairness, Keemstar deals in people who are only internet famous, and these are household names. So maybe this is a Dana White thing. Maybe this is, I was going to say this is more...
Just betray us, man. That's fine. We're cool with it.
Give it to Keem. Give it to Keem.
Sure, won't get back to him.
Serial Killer says, how come gifted memberships don't lower the goal? They do. Every 2 gifted memberships knocks $5 off the goal. That's how it works. We get about $250 for each gifted membership. What are you talking about, buddy? But thank you for asking so that we could clarify. Subscribe, hit the like button, hit that thumbs up, hit subscribe. All of that's very important to this show. Let's keep scraping by on this steel toe. Let's keep clawing away and scratching away and keeping this goddamn fun show on the air. Streamlabs, PayPal, likes, subscriptions, the whole deal. We do appreciate it. So he's going to do it. Dana White wants to do it. He said he talked to both of them. They said yes. Now, we do know that getting a fight like this made takes more than 2 guys just saying yes to each other.
Right.
If you don't think this is going to be the most lawyered and insured and, hands in the pot kind of a fight ever, you're sorely mistaken. You got 2 guys that a combined, I don't know, tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of people depend on for their living. I don't think they're going to cut any corners from a safety perspective to make sure that nobody gets seriously hurt. Now, the fighting background for these two, for Elon Musk, I think it's whatever he does in South Africa. And for Mark Zuckerberg, he's really big into jiu-jitsu. But I've seen him at competitions.
Yeah, but he looked really sad at the competition we saw.
Yeah.
And is he big into jiu-jitsu, or is he big into jiu-jitsu well, everyone's really stoked on Joe Rogan and he does jiu-jitsu, so I should...
Right. Balls Deep gifting a membership. See, Serial Killer, you don't need to bust my balls. There's $250. I got it keeping track of. Another one comes in. That's going to knock another $5 off. Serial Killer, don't worry so much. I know you're looking for some kind of controversy. It doesn't exist. We're the most honest e-beggars you're ever going to find. Callie with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. 245 away from knocking out today's goal. Keep it going, guys. We are scraping by here today. Let's make sure we can hammer that goal out. Thank you, Callie. Appreciate that. So, I think Elon has the experience disadvantage with Elon Musk. I think Elon just wants this for the spectacle of the thing. I think Mark Zuckerberg actually feels comfortable competing. Now, if it's a cage match, they haven't told us what the rules are. Is there striking? Is it just grappling? Is it just striking? Is there no grappling? What are the rules here? I doubt they're going to let 2 of the wealthiest men in the world, go in and eye gouge each other and fish hook each other and make it fight.
But wouldn't that be cool?
It would be.
I want to see that. I want to see a no holds bar, no rules. They have the money for the medical treatments after. Fuck it. Let's do this. And that's the other thing, too. How bad will it be to see this go the same way every other fight goes, where all the hype gets built up and it fails because we can't reach an agreement on the purse? Goddamn money-grubbing bastards.
Yeah, the two of them can. And then they don't give it to... They don't give it to charity. They actually pocket the money, and they're like, we worked hard for this. Come on. Let us keep it. I favor Zuckerberg. I hate to say that because I would like to see Elon win, but I feel like Zuckerberg's going to take this a lot more seriously, and I feel like Elon's doing this
as a gag?
Yeah, almost like as a, look what we're going to do, a couple of billionaires, and he might get turned into a pretzel by Zuckerberg, and that would be so lame to watch that little creepy robot just choke out the wealthiest man in the world. And Elon's like 50-something, too. Zuckerberg's like I think Zuckerberg's the old man, or Zuckerberg's the young man compared to Elon. I think he's in his 40s. Elon's over 50.
Zuckerberg's still under warranty, so.
Yeah, right. And he's part robot. That's not fair. So I don't know if this fight will ever actually get in the cage. I'm skeptical. I think
I hope it does. I hope it does. And I think the world is hoping it does. I don't care who you are. I think everybody wants to see Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk fight just because they look like two people who normally would. Well, actually, I wouldn't say that about Elon Musk, but Zuckerberg looks like someone who normally you wouldn't expect to fight, like defend himself or anything like that. So the idea that these rich guys who always will have enough money to like have someone step in for them would get in the ring and actually beat the shit out of each other. That'd be awesome if they actually commit to it and really throw in.
Joe Smash with $10 says back to 10K. We're getting close. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. 235 away from today's goal. Kmart Ready said, do advertisers lower the goal? If so, I got one for you. Try becoming a Raise Energy ambassador. I don't know. Some of those, their deals are not good, but yes, advertisers do lower the goal. We brought a new one on last week, and it led to a no-goal Wednesday, which was really cool. It's Fairline Defense. If you don't know about Fairline Defense, you will. Say you're somebody who gets in a situation where you have to defend yourself in your own home. It's not a situation that anyone wants to be in, but let's say you are. There's a chance that you end up in some kind of legal jam. Even if you were totally in the right, you're going to have to pay a fortune to actually get your side of the story told and get justice for yourself. But Fairline Defense offers you a different option. It's a monthly subscription service providing comprehensive coverage and legal backing for all self-defense situations, offering peace of mind in tough, split-second moments. They've got your back. What sets Fairline truly apart is they're the only system for armed professionals on and off duty, security guards, bail enforcement officers, correctional staff, and many more. So whether you're someone just defending your home, whether you're someone who shoots an intruder or something like that, or you're a professional and say your job maybe doesn't have any allowance for legal services, Fairline Defense has got your back. Unlimited criminal defense to protect your freedom and interests during a criminal prosecution, and up to $1.5 million in civil defense expenses and attorney's fees to ensure robust legal representation. 24/7 critical response teams ready to assist you promptly in times of crisis. $1,000 per day per diem for lost wages resulting from court appearances. 100% no payback if you lose, ensuring peace of mind throughout the legal process. Again, that's Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. Don't wait for trouble to find you. Get ahead with Fairline Defense, your shield in the face of uncertainty. That's fairlinedefense.com. You see it right there. Become a member today. $19.99 to be able to be protected from that kind of situation. Again, fairlinedefense.com. Thank you. That's those are our new guys. I like those. I like our new guys. All right, boys and girls. So there you go. Yeah, they gave us a goal-free Wednesday, which was awesome. 235 away from knocking it out. Contribute. Thank you. Like, subscribe, the whole deal. Thank you guys very much. So Dana White confirmed that he personally has been in contact with Musk and Zuck, who have both shown interest in participating in the first ever tech billionaire celebrity cage match. Dana White said he talked to both Elon and Mark, and they're both dead serious about the fight. He says if it happens, it will break MMA records. I mean, Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, it'll bring in a lot of people who don't give a shit about like fighting, like UFC and boxing and everything else.
It'll bring in anybody that wants to see either of those two get punched in the face. And I feel like if you're an extremely liberal person on
which
Twitter,
one? A literal or a liberal?
A liberal.
Oh, okay.
A liberal.
If you're a literal liberal.
Literal liberal. If you're a liberal person on Twitter, or someone who maybe got throttled a little bit or had some of your posts questioned on Facebook, you're just itching for these two to like punch the shit out of each other.
Yeah, depending on who you hate more, depending on which. If you're a Facebook person, you're rooting for Mark Zuckerberg. If you're a Twitter person, you're pulling for Elon Musk. I think it's a Mark Zuckerberg win, and I think it's probably a late first or early second round win for Mark Zuckerberg. But again, I just have a hard time believing that anybody who represents these people or anybody who speaks for these people or anybody who has any involvement with these people is going to allow this to happen. And
that's why I think that Zuckerberg and Musk have been doing like fight training in their own free time or whatever. I feel like they have some self-defense chops. And that's why nobody's really going to comment like, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to beat the shit out of that guy.
I think that they're going to get to the point where Elon and Mark both go, yeah, we're in. Let's fucking do it. And then the lawyers and the insurers and the accountants and everybody else starts getting involved in the negotiations. And they get like 10 minutes in and they go, we're never going to be able to fucking do this, are we? And they're like, no, not to any extent that any of us would ever allow. So if those two fire each other and just sign on and say, fuck it, we'll do it, then that's one thing. But I just don't know if anyone's going to let those big of financial ships crash into each other like that. I'm not sure. And again, I would laugh my balls off if they took the money for this fight and just kept it.
That'd be hilarious.
Instead of giving it to anybody. Let's hear what Dana White had to say.
I was talking to both Elon and Mark last night. Both guys are absolutely dead serious about this. They both want to do it. Mark Zuckerberg hit me up first and said, is he serious? And I said, I don't know. Let me ask him. I asked him and he said, yeah, I'm dead serious. This would be the biggest fight ever in the history of the world.
Of course, Dana's got a fucking boner for this. He's going to make a fortune.
Oh, yeah. Dude, he can smell the money coming off of these two.
And now that UFC and the WWE are owned by the same company, you can get a little cross promotion going. They can cut promos on each other on Raw. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Bigger than anything that's ever been done. It would break all pay-per-view records. These guys would raise, hundreds of millions of dollars for charity. And
a buttload for me.
You don't have to be a fight fan to be interested in this fight. Everybody would want to see it.
That's just it. You don't have to be like Mayweather-McGregor, I think, is the biggest pay-per-view fight ever so far. I think.
And that's only because McGregor slightly transcended fighting with his personality.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more than just a fighter. Like McGregor got attention.
And it brought UFC and brought boxing and UFC together. Yeah, these two could raise a shitload of money for Ukraine.
Is that what the charity is?
What an ultimate kick in the dick if they go, all right, we're going to raise this money. You know where it's going? The Ukrainian Defense Fund. And you're like, oh, come on. Now I'm not watching. I can't watch this shit now knowing where the money's going. Jesus Christ. Jeff Bezos runs in with a steel chair and leaves them both laying to set up the next pay-per-view. Jeff Bezos can't get into the billionaire fight game. He'd never pass the fucking roids test.
Oh, that's right.
Jeff Bezos looks great, but there's a reason Jeff Bezos looks great.
It's called HGH.
Yeah, go look at pictures and videos of old Jeffrey Bezos back when he was, in the late 90s and he was in his 30s. And then go look at Jeff Bezos now. You don't just start looking that way from going to the gym. I'm sorry. It's a little more than that. You get a little help from, say, a bottle, perhaps. Look, I'm not saying you don't have to go in and do the work. But, a little help from the bottle. That's all.
Take that suit away. What do you got? Nothing. Billionaire, philanthropist.
Playboy.
Everything is special about you came out of a bottle.
2:35 away from today's goal. Let's make it move, boys and girls. We got about an hour until we rattle the cans and do our e-beggar best to knock out today's goal. It's slow going this morning, but I believe in you. I think you'll continue to contribute, and I think we'll be able to knock this thing out today and get off to a good start for Steel Toe. It also adds 30 minutes on to the end of the show. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Don't be shy. Everyone get in there. If you want to become a VIP, maybe today's the day to become a Steel Toe VIP. All right, we've got we got a guy who, as big of a piece of shit criminal as he may be, I think I, in a weird way, kind of respect this next guy.
So Biden.
I respect his hustle. There's something about his, openly piece of shit ways that make me feel good. This is a suave dude. This is kind of like Leo DiCaprio in Titanic. So this guy robs a woman at gunpoint, figures out who she is on social media, goes back, sends her a message, seeing if she'll go out with him.
What the?
Don't you love him?
Hi, you might not remember me. I'm the person who viciously robbed you, and I'm sure you might have filed a police report. But I'm just curious, dinner?
Yeah.
Lunch?
Would you like to go out with me? Have some chicken, maybe some sex? Like, no, why would I go out with you? Oh, I'm sorry, bitch. I made you think this was an option. Have I not?
I kind of got the sense while you were pissing and shitting yourself because I had a gun in your face that maybe we're hitting it off here.
Listen, lady, I'm sorry, but I thought I made it very clear earlier. I will be getting what I want. How's that? Yes, you're right, Need Trump. Hit like, hit subscribe. Everyone hit thumbs up right now. Let's go up over 200 likes. What do you say? Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody take a break. Throw in $5-10. Hit the like button. Let's hammer out all our problems here today on Steel Toe. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and fire this story up.
He did try to rob me for my...
Holy shit! That thing had money on her? Okay.
Are those fangs? Or
I've never seen that. I've never seen that kind of piercing before. Or wait a minute.
Piercings?
Maybe she's Billy from Hocus Pocus. Maybe her mouth was stitched shut and she just cut it open. And now she's finally able to speak again.
Oh, Jesus.
Could be that. So this guy thought this chick was hot and wanted to ask her out? Look, man, everyone's got a type, I guess.
Money or my things, but he really took my sense of safety in my own house.
An Indianapolis
in her home.
Yeah.
Well, hey, at least he knows where to pick you up at.
Right? Come on, at least the guy knows where to be a gentleman.
Robbed at gunpoint.
And he's showing you that he definitely draws a line between work life and personal life. He's got that work-life balance, which is good too.
While getting her mail, but the story doesn't end there. The suspect in this case followed up with her in a very unusual way. It's a story you'll only see on WRTV.
As you do, you rob someone at gunpoint and then you have a follow-up appointment after.
Right.
You always...
How did... I'd like you to fill out this survey about my extortion services. Could you just...
Now, my robbery side manner, was it good? Was I too gruff? Was I too passive? This is something we're going to need to know. Here, yeah, how's my robbery right on the back? And he's got a sticker with a phone number on it.
Would you have me rob you again in the future?
Yeah.
Schum spoke to the victim, who shares a warning for other women.
I think that especially as a young female, it's something that you always think about, but you never think that it's going to happen to.
Fucked up piercings, not the greatest titties, kind of chunky. I don't know, man. I question this guy's judgment as a robber and as a guy looking for a partner. I think he picked a bad target.
Man. She looks like she could be one hell of a Hellcat in the sack. I mean, it's worth a try.
You.
For Amber Braun, it's still hard to wrap her mind around.
Plus, he already knows she likes to be dominated.
Right?
What happened late last month.
I had a man come up to me and try to rob me at gunpoint after I had got off work late one night.
Braun was checking her mail after work when court records show a man walked up to her with a gun.
He took it out of his pocket and showed me. He's like, to show me this is what's going on.
Wait, are we still talking about the gun? Because now I'm confused. There's dating involved in this. Is he?
Was it his gun or his dick?
Yeah.
You said something went off. Was it him or the gun?
Yeah, which one was it?
Let me into your house? I did not do that.
Braun says she gave the man, Damian Boyce, roughly $100 in cash.
He really did try to rob me for my money or my things, but he really took my sense of safety in my own house.
Yeah, it's kind of the whole point of a robbery.
Well, don't you have those vampire piercings so you can like F with people?
Yeah, right.
What's the point of the pointy jewelry on your face if you're not going to use it?
Defend yourself.
Where the story ends, Boyce got the money, but that's not all he appeared to be after. Court documents state Boyce then pointed his gun at her and told her to add him on Facebook.
And I thought maybe if I added him on Facebook, that would be it, and he'd leave, and he did.
Oh, come on. Well, I guess if it got rid of him, I guess if he's standing right there. But what a dipshit. So she has no idea who you are. She does not know your name. She only knows what you look like. And I was going to say something, but I wish there was a way I could just say something to you and not to the whole audience. I was going to say he's probably blank, so he looks like a lot of other... Never mind. So the point is...
He blends in with a lot of people.
That's all I'm trying to say. This guy asks her to add him on... So you give her your name. You give her your identity. You give her a way to keep track of you after you rob her. Brilliant. I mean, this is... I've heard of breaking the ice in the dating scene before, but armed robbery is a new one.
I love how she didn't bother to tell the police who her robber was. Because, I mean, he did give you his name.
Yeah, exactly.
Documents show after that friend request, he left. But that's not where their exchange ends. Instead, the DMs started flowing. Court documents show Facebook messages between Boyce sent to Braun, where he said he's going to pay her back, then told her she was too pretty to rob.
You was too pretty to rob. I'm going to pay you back. I'm going to be disappointed in this woman, but I'm not going to be surprised by this woman if I find out that she kind of went with the flirting a little bit and felt a little complimented.
Oh, why would she do that? Because she's a woman?
Kind of.
And he continued to message me on Facebook the next day.
He then made his move, asking her to come chill.
I just can't understand the thought process of somebody who would.
Materials.
Okay, so all right, she resisted. Brave girl. You know, I know he put a good rap on her and, you know, he was persuasive, but she held back. That's good. If it was a fat girl, like a really fat girl, she might have gone with it. You know, few and far between opportunities and all. Who knows?
Those are replaceable, but your life is not.
Police say robberies are a crime of opportunity, meaning suspects will look for easy targets.
We want folks to be vigilant. Make it that what that looks like is being aware of your surroundings, not walking alone at night.
Braun says she just doesn't want this to happen to anyone else.
It puts me on edge knowing that there are people who walk up and down the street, maybe looking for
trying to get friends on
to
Facebook.
commit crimes. And, you know, it just makes it a little different when you hear a noise at night.
Well, I mean, yeah, and it's dark out.
Noise might be your jewelry clattering against your teeth.
Well, yeah, but it's also dark out. She'll never see that guy coming again. You know.
Little I know, no friend request had been sent. I'll never date at the back end of a gun and again.
Then all you see are the white eyes and the teeth, and that's all you see before they rob you.
Indianapolis, Adam Schoombs, WRTV.
And as for Boyce, he was also arrested for his alleged involvement in a different armed robbery that ended with 2 people shot.
Yeah, but what's his success rate on getting the dates after the armed robberies?
Did he ask out any of the victims he shot?
Right.
Yo, you too pretty to murder.
Yeah, is he hooking up? That's all I want to know. Thank you to Rupert for his $4.99. He says, hey, I recently became cash flush and I was looking to open up my social life. So how about dinner? Yeah, you can pay for the date with the money you stole from her. Oh, it's all like a nice little self-feeding cycle. He's like the new Tinder swindler.
I'll take you out for a great time. I got about $100 I can blow on you.
I only got about $100, so we're going to have to watch where we go, but I'd love to take you out sometime. All right, boys.
Oh, the worst part is they go on a date, and then he's like, so we're doing this Dutch, right? Like, you're paying for your half.
He pays. I wonder if it's ever worked. There's some pretty low self-esteem bitches out there. He maybe could have made it work. Too bad. At any rate, guys, we are 2:30 away from today's goal. Let's keep going. Let's keep knocking that down. It is 9 o'clock. We've got an hour left. We're going to rattle the cans. We're going to e-beg our best to see if we can knock that number down. That is the keep the show on the air number every day. And if you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Show ends in an hour if we don't hit it. Hour and a half if we do hit it. Johnny, before I run for a second here, you tell them about Just Kidding LLC, the show you've got coming up, and you hang out with these animals for a little while. And maybe while I'm gone, you guys want to chip away at that goal.
All right, sounds great. I will be broadcasting on all 3 channels, YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble with Just Kidding LLC. The preferred channel, if you want to go over there and subscribe, would be the YouTube. We're trying to get that monetized just to cover just to have one backup plan in case Twitch takes another shit on us because the rules there suck. And for the show today, we've got a couple of different things. I have a story about John Eastman trying to have a CPA get him out of trouble for the whole Trump thing, because they're going after everyone who's had anything to do with Trump. And now John Eastman is trying to prove that a CPA is a tax consultant that can argue. They are throwing it out because he doesn't apparently have a good alibi. Knock out that goal while he's gone. Aaron and Johnny make a great team. Thank you, April, for that endorsement. That doesn't.
Oh, April's telling everybody to knock out the goal. Well, we must really.
See, that'll be great. The goal get knocked out, but we had to wait for her to do it. Now I'm just, why am I here?
We must be a real struggle bus this morning. If April's got to jump in and go, look, guys, the retards are doing the best they can. What are you going to do? Cassia says, what about moving back to an all ads model of broadcasting? I never wish to combine a Jerry Lewis telethon with my daily broadcast shows. Look, man, if I hadn't fucked that up, that's what I'd be doing right now. I fucked that up, so now I got to do an e-begging show. What do you want from me, Cassius? I don't have a big enough audience to do all advertising. I just don't. Look, I don't have enough people. So in order to keep this show going, we need listener support. That's it. So, guys like Cassius come around every once in a while. They're like, I got an idea, dude. Maybe you should try an advertiser model. No shit, that would be preferable. That would be wonderful. I would love it. But I have a tiny little show with a tiny little audience. I'm not a big thing. This is not a large show. It's a small. Yeah, yes. It's a small niche little show. So yes, I fucked up my career. So now I got to join these guys begging for super chats on the internet. Because I fucked up my career. So now I've got to. One thing you're going to know about this show, it's the most honest show there is out there. We're not going to be one of these shows that lies to you and goes, oh, we can do it for this, we can do it for that. No, we're a fucking failed radio show that I fucked it up for myself. And now I do the show on the internet and I beg you guys for money to keep the show on the air if you like it enough. I don't know, Johnny. I've been saying that for almost 3 years now. I've been pretty open and honest.
Yeah.
About
it's
that.
It's not like this is something that came out today.
Yeah. That's not something you can really insult or hammer this show over because it's kind of right there on the marquee. It's right on the bill. E-beggar show that lives on listener donations and has a set number every day that it needs to hit. That's it. 99 cents from Johnny David. Thank you very much, but we are 2:30 away. That's a long fucking way. If you want to help, please contribute. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, and you'll be glad to know, as a supporter of this show, I run this thing on a tiny fucking, I wouldn't even call it barely profitable fucking budget. We skate by by the skin of our teeth here on Steel Toe. As you've seen, everybody's gone except me, Johnny, and April. There's a reason for that. We keep that number as low as we can for you. Nebo says, basically, if you like DSP, you'll love this show. No, because DSP isn't honest about what he does. We're very honest.
He doesn't have set goals. He just guilts you when he doesn't make enough.
Yeah, all we do is we see the end is near, and we go, guys, fucking end is near. If you could, go ahead, nudge. There you go. What do you think? There you go. All right. Well, guys, Streamlabs, PayPal. We'll guilt you into that 2:30 today, or we won't, and we'll fall behind. Either one. U.S. voters bitter about nation's direction. 74% of the country say the nation is on the wrong track. What?
You mean this increase in inflation and the economy taking a shit and all of these people coming up through the southern border, and now we're like kicking people out of hotels so we can get these homeless migrants somewhere to stay?
Where is this 74% of doomsayers and negative Nancy's saying that we're on the wrong track all of a sudden? I mean, here's what I've been hearing, Johnny. Most robust jobs recovery in American history. Crazy amount of jobs created. And from what I've heard, dollars flying all over the place. I mean, just
especially to Ukraine.
Money supply just through the fucking roof. Oh, we're printing the shit. How are we not happy? Oh.
We're taking it out a whole new door.
Everybody's fucking, I mean, it really is getting to the point where you talk to people. Everybody's fucking broke. Everyone's
broke. Everyone's dealing with shit. Nobody's happy about any of this. The only ones who seem to be doing great and making a lot of money are the Bidens.
Bidens are doing awesome. They're getting millions and millions of dollars, and all they have to do is give away billions and billions of our money to get it. That's a pretty sweet deal.
Pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, I'd take that deal. How about you? Would you take that deal? I'd take that deal. Damn good deal. So everybody else is fucked, but they're doing very, very well. Voters are souring on the state of the nation with a stunning 74%, saying the U.S. is on the wrong track. The NBC poll found just 20% of respondents say America is moving in the right direction. The last time voters were that bitter about the nation's course in 1992 and 2008. So triple dip recession in 92, Great Recession in 2008. That's the only other two times we've been this miserable as a country.
Well, at least those presidents had lower approval ratings than the one now. So at least the guy that's in charge now can be like, hey, we are. Oh, wait. No, they didn't. Shit.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. With Trump having a growing lead over Ron DeSantis in the GOP primary, the Florida governor does better against Biden. Biden leads Trump 49-45. Biden and DeSantis are in a dead heat, 47-47. I'm sorry, I just don't buy those fucking numbers.
Yeah, I don't buy anyone picking Biden.
It doesn't make sense. You can't sit here and go Biden has a 35% approval rating and then go 75% of the country thinks the nation is on the right track. Oh, but when it comes to switching things up, no, he's just kind of tied with everybody.
Hey, man, finish the job, Finish the job. Bury the country all the way. Finish the job.
Yeah, it's just totally, it's dead even, complete dead heat. Biden and everybody, the whole country thinks the country's on fire and it's dog shit and it's terrible. What is it? Average American has like $10,000, $12,000 of credit card debt right now. 75% of the nation thinks the country's on fire. But boy, they really like this guy. How many votes is he going to get next election? 200 million?
I hate being this person because I've always been like, election. The elections are scams. It's rigged, whatever. I've always been like, I don't buy that. I don't subscribe to that. If people, I don't think people will vote for Biden. So if Biden is still president after 2024, I'm like, it's rigged. It's completely rigged. There's no way you can tell me that this guy won any sort of popular vote or anything like that. Just the fact that they'll be like, he's doing better than Trump, but he's neck and neck with DeSantis. Like, oh, what fucking planet are you on?
Show me. Okay, then there's got to be one Republican that's kicking the living dog shit out of him, right? Got to be. Find me that one. Find me the one where you do your polling and they just kick the shit out of them. Otherwise, I don't believe your numbers. Because you can't have 74% of the country unsatisfied, but yet they all want to vote for that guy still.
Why wouldn't you believe the numbers, Aaron? The polling was done by Dominion.
Oh, well, then in that case, I'm going to shut the fuck up because they are quite litigious. I don't know. I'm just, at this point, I'm like anybody but Biden. Like whoever the other choice is, I'll have to go with that one because he's really, I mean, he's fucking up people's lives. There's no other way to put it. He's just fucking up people's lives. Like, life is hard under Joe Biden. It's difficult. People don't like it. They're unhappy. They're miserable. And the sick part about it is there is a good growing chunk of people in this country who are going, I think he's purposely trying to make us fucking miserable. Like, this is all part of a great end game where everything is shit. We all hate it and we're all fucking miserable. Like, it's not enough for them to go, oh, we've got a shitty president and things are tough. They're going, it's so bad that people are just going, I think they're doing this to us on purpose.
I would be comforted believing that there was at least a method to this madness and it's not just complete randomness. I'd really feel a lot better if everything was this bad because they meant it to be.
Right. As long as you guys meant to fuck us over this hard, I mean, then I guess we're okay. But
it's still shitty, but I can live with that.
They better not allow mail-in voting this time, but they're going to. Mail-in voting.
Republicans are pushing mail-in voting this time.
Of course they are. Of course
Republicans are like, hey, remember that thing we were bagging on before and said it was a scam and it was used to steal elections? You better do that this time. Remember, don't risk your vote not being counted. Mail it in early.
Oh, boys and girls, I'm going to open up the 8 o'clock hour stories in just a second here, but while I do, check out that link right there, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for your steel toe coffee. Whole bean and ground bags now available at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Click that link, go pick up your bag. It helps support the show. We do appreciate that. You've got your medium and dark roast single origin coffee from Indonesia. Dark chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar notes. 12-ounce bags, 1-pound bags, ground coffee, whole bean coffee, whichever one you like. And all of those prices include shipping. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Go to the link in the chat. Get your steel toe coffee today. Everyone who's tried it loves it. You're going to be next. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Also, All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, if you get in a car accident, it is All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you live here in central Minnesota, you're one of the OGs, make it All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. That's All Care Towing. allcaretowing.com. Nobody quicker than All Care. All right, boys and girls, we are 2:30 away from today's goal. Your favorite e-beggars are in e-beggar overdrive today as we're off to a slow start this week. 2:30 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, if you want to become a VIP, however you want to contribute to this show, we do appreciate it. Become a member. Throw something in the PayPal or Streamlabs. Throw something in via Super Chats. Either way, we get down under $50. We give you the 30 minutes of overtime. Otherwise, it's a little bit of trouble for the old steel toe. 2:30 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, if you love the show, it is a listener donation supported program. PayPal and Streamlabs, the best way to do it. Super Chats and memberships do count as well. 2:30 away from today's goal. Less than $100 into it today. Let's see if we can go on a rally before we have to rattle the cans in 40 minutes. Speaking of cars, a second ago, I mentioned All Care Towing. This kind of goes with the 74% of the country. Feels like we're on the wrong track. Car insurance companies are jacking up premiums by as much as 40%.
Oh, no. Why?
40% increase in some places. A 40% increase by Allstate in Georgia. A 32% rise sought by Nationwide Mutual Insurance in California. An 11% bump by State Farm in New York. Now, luckily, we haven't heard our name called yet.
Yeah, because you said Allstate, and my fucking butt puckered so hard.
Yeah. Insurers are imposing steep increases on auto insurance rates, with state regulators doing little to stop them. Well, the reasons they're going up: more accidents, more expensive repairs, the medical bills are getting bigger, and people are getting more litigious, so more lawsuits, jacking up the cost of it. So basically, we can sit here and say the insurance companies are shitbags, they suck, they're awful, but you know who's jacking up the insurance rates?
We are.
We are. Because we're just bags of shit who, whenever we get in a fucking accident, we want more. More. Oh, my neck hurt a little bit. Oh, I think we should sue. Hey, and the person who's getting sued is like, oh, fuck it. The insurance company's going to cover it anyway. And then the insurance company writes these big fucking settlement checks. And then they go, well, shit, we need to raise rates. We're getting our ass kicked here. We're paying out through the nose.
I mean, I don't think they're paying out through the nose, but I would say they're probably like, hey, we're not making enough money anymore. We better raise rates because these people are getting more of it back than we want.
Yeah, and then the personal injuries, and then the car's getting more expensive to fix. That's 100% true.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you're driving one of them fancy electric cars or like the Tesla or the battery-powered cars. All of that equipment and technology in there is pretty new and pretty expensive. So
insurers last year reportedly lost on average 12 cents on every dollar of premium written. State Farm was even higher at 28 cents. For a large business, that's not a little bit. It can quickly add up and start chomping away at your bottom line in no time. Yeah, because if they spend $1 and they lose 28 cents on every dollar, they got to jack that shit up on you. That's the only way they can get more money, is by more in premiums.
I don't know. The problem I have with this is the insurance thing, because what was it? I think Chris Rock did the joke. Insurance is you pay them money in case shit happens. But if shit don't happen, shouldn't I get my money back?
Right.
Like, and I don't think I should get it all back, but I think that, again, that's my problem. If after a certain amount of time I've paid in so much and I don't have an accident, but no, you got to keep paying every month.
Right. It does suck. That's the thing about medical insurance, man. Health insurance is the worst because that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. And then I can't remember the last time I went to a doctor.
Neither can I.
Yeah. Well, that's because of brain damage. I mean, that's not because you haven't been there. That's totally
No, it's just because if you do it every day, they start to blend together. You can't remember when the last one was.
You can't specifically remember.
Yeah, medical insurance, that's another one that's weird to me, because medical insurance is one where it's like, hey, so we have this thing that will fix the problem that you have, but it's really expensive. Okay, well, what can we do that's not expensive? Well, we have this thing here. It doesn't really fix anything, but it's not expensive. Well, let's go with that. Why can't we just fix the problem? Yeah, it costs too much. Yeah. Like, that's the only one where it's like, we have a problem, but we can't take care of it because it's too expensive. Don't I have medical insurance? Not that good, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's with health insurance. It's like you're shelling out thousands of dollars every year. And then if you don't go, you feel like you wasted it. And then if you do go, they make you pay for half the shit anyway until you get up to a certain amount of money. So it's like you got to shell out 8, 9, 10 grand a year before they'll even start covering everything.
Yeah.
It's just, and then they claim, they'll come back to you and they'll go, well, we're not making any money doing this. It's like, that's a nice fucking building you got there. It's a lot of employees you've got.
I mean, I don't know. I have a hard time believing you guys are, just fucking barely skating by with all this stuff. And again, the problem I have is even with the insurance thing. If there's a solution, it doesn't matter whether or not it's the only one. We just we will only cover it if it works within our partners or some stupid fucking self jerking off motion where the money we pay goes to them but also stays with us.
Yeah.
It's really fucked up.
That was in network when you got this plan 2 years ago. Now it's not in network, so we gotta. It's almost like it's designed to make sure they never lose money on you being well, they have to. I get it. It's fucking stinks. Ranting about health insurance makes for comedy gold, says Curly Adam. I'm sorry, I'm failing, okay? Thank you to
people are dying.
Thank you to Scott for $20 over on Venmo. Says, donating to the poor. You sure fucking are, buddy. Thank you for helping out the show today. And Jeffrey over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. Always nice to see new 2.6 percenters trying to keep the blood warm in the body that is Steel Toe. So, guys, that's going to put us at 190 for today. We're getting closer. We can do this. Just throw in a couple of bucks a piece, and we can knock this thing out and do overtime today. We got about 35 minutes until we fire up the music and see if we can do our e-beggar best to get that number down to 0 and have a successful start to the week here on Steel Toe. I got this video that a family took this weekend of a bear trying to eat their Ring doorbell camera. And how
hungry was that bear?
A lot of people saw this and they were like, oh my God, I'd be so terrified. I'd be looking at the monitor on this one. I think this was so fucking cool. Because it's not like the bear's going to like bust through your door and, knock it off the hinges and kill everybody.
Yeah, if he was interested in that, he wouldn't start with chewing on the camera. He'd just go for the door.
Yeah, this is the video of a bear trying to eat a Ring doorbell camera. Gives you an idea. This is as close as you're ever going to get without dying to seeing what people see while they're being mauled to death by a bear. Here you go.
That bear is dirty.
I know. Look at what the fuck is that on him? Is that just like grass and
I'm guessing so.
Or are those
Or it's lead paint and he's been eating a lot of it.
Ugh. Or he's all flea ridden. I don't know.
He's just a dirty bear.
He's just a filthy, dirty bear just taking a shit on their driveway before he leaves. That's the other thing about bears. Their furs are all caked in shit.
Really?
Yeah. Well, where they take a shit, what do you think happens? They got to have shit on their fur, right?
No, dude, they don't have hair around that part of the butt.
I feel like bears have very shitty ass areas. Look at that.
Well, how about you go investigate the amount of shit caked around a bear's butthole and you get back to us, because I ain't doing that work.
Well, I gotta see if I can sedate it first. Doing that live, I hear, is really, you fuck with a bear's butthole, you get the fangs.
Well, hey, you're already near the butthole. You just fucking thumb it and it'll run off on you.
This video is am I the only one watching this going, bears aren't so bad?
I'm watching it going, sweet Jesus, you need to see a dentist. There's a cave in that molar.
Well, I don't know. I look at the bear, I look at his teeth and everything, and I'm like, there's a couple of, big teeth in there, but ultimately, they don't look so bad.
Oh, who's just a cute little bear. And that is not an adult bear from the looks of things either. That is obviously a young bear.
Yeah, I've seen large dogs about that size. So I don't know if that's it's not the biggest bear that I've ever seen. Zen Rhino says, I don't know, Aaron. I've seen that toilet paper commercial, and if you use Charmin, you don't get dingleberries if you're a bear. Oh, that's right. The whole thing is that the Charmin bears don't get dingleberries.
Right.
All those commercials that you laughed at as a kid and you thought were so cute and everything else? Yeah, they were talking about dingleberries. All of those commercials were about dingleberries getting stuck in your butthole. And we just laughed and we had a great time and we were all giddy about the Dingle Bear commercial that we would see.
Well, the Charmin commercials always pointed out to me that bears don't shit in the woods. Apparently, they use a toilet like everyone else.
Yeah, they use a toilet that's sitting up against a tree because we see those all the time. But yes, apparently, I just love that Charmin was able to make the message of "we won't give you dingleberries" so palatable. They didn't do it in a gross way. They were able to just go, "Hey, you got a problem with shit in your ass crack, and you got little nuggets hanging in there after you shit? Well, we're going to be able to take those away with our Charmin." You're like, well, how do we make that presentable to a large audience? Like, have a bear say it. And they figured
bears have shit caked all over their ass. Oh. If you want someone spreading the message of, hey, this toilet paper leaves you with a clean ass, you need Charmin bears.
Exactly. Oh, man. Johnny David with $4 Australian. Thank you very much, buddy. Sydney, how dare you attack my sexual prowess? I thought we already established that I can't fuck. You seem way more upset about it than we were. I fucked April all weekend, and Johnny, I railed her, man. We were talking about it. I fucked her so much. My back was sore, and I looked at her. I go, man, my back's killing me. She goes, yeah, really? I didn't feel a thing. It was disappointing. It was depressing. Why did
I looked at her and I said, April, when I look back at the tracks of our relationship, I just see one orgasm. And she goes, that's when I was coming for you.
Oh, Sydney says, lean in. It's working. I know I've got you over here all upset about it. It is working. Very nice. I've got you have to admit too, I had some great fucking jokes about it. They are pretty good. It's almost like I'm a funny guy who knows how to do good radio. Oh, Sydney. Oh,
the best joke is that everyone who's obsessing over your sex life probably doesn't have one of their own. Yeah. That's why I don't obsess about it, because I don't.
Right. Sydney, most people don't want to expose themselves for a threat of they will be shown as well. But hey, you're one of the brave ones. I'll give you that. But yes, no, April was thoroughly unsatisfied this weekend, but I felt great. Are you kidding me? Oh, I dropped loads on loads. I just laying dick all weekend. Oh, I don't really know how she did. I'm not really concerned about it. But thank you for coming, Sydney, and thanks for hanging out with us while we joke about it.
Hey, at least someone did.
Right. Oh, poor Sydney. Now poor Sydney's actually upset about it. Come on. April says they need this to be true more than anything. I know. Sydney is personally invested in this. I'm sorry, Sid. All right, guys. You know what'll cheer Sydney up? Hitting the goal. That's what'll make her feel better. If April can't come, at least the goal will. How's that? 185 away from today's goal and 30 minutes away from rattling the cans and seeing if we can't knock this out. E-beg our way to 30 minutes of overtime today. 185 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Leave poor Sydney alone. I've bullied her enough now. This was really cool. I wish I would have put together a team of investors and done this. The problem is I'm a broke bitch, as you can see by the 185 away today. Somebody bought up all of Bed Bath & Beyond. You know how they went bankrupt? They went out of business?
Yeah.
Well, Bed Bath & Beyond still had a shitload of assets, like stores and stores and stores and stores worth of assets. Somebody bought up Bed Bath & Beyond at auction this weekend for $21.5 million.
Okay.
That's it. And
seems like they
No, think about it. That they get everything. Lock, stock, and barrel. Everything that Bed Bath & Beyond owned. All of the perfumes, all of the soaps.
Yeah, but you have to liquidate all of it and all the stores.
You don't think you're going to make more than $21.5 million selling all that shit that they had?
Well, obviously Bed Bath & Beyond wasn't making money selling it, so...
Well, but Bed Bath & Beyond had to pay for all the physical stores that they had. Overstock.com bought it.
Oh,
shit. Yeah, they're going to shut down all of the stores. They're going to shutter everything. They're going to keep the brand alive in name only and sell the shit online. That's it.
Why the fuck didn't Amazon think of this? Where was Bezos?
Right?
Jesus.
Well, I mean, at least 18 firms already has liquidated at least 18 firms at below wholesale prices and now holds the rights to Bed Bath & Beyond's name. So I have a question. If Overstock.com owns a certain like soap or lotion item or whatever, and it's like Frank's Lotions, can they just slap the Bed Bath & Beyond name on it now if they own both of them?
Yeah, if they own the name.
Fuck yeah, this is actually, like I said, Johnny, you got to think about it. $21.5 million is a steal for all this stuff.
Yeah, for the stuff. Like I was thinking about turning around and like, again,
operating the stores and stuff.
Yeah, because again, that was where they went under.
Yeah.
Overstock already has that. So you've got a system in place to move the merchandise. I still think it's gonna be a slog though to make that money back, because it's gonna take a while to sell all that stuff.
Well, luckily Overstock's got time, right? They got enough time. Yeah.
The world's gonna end in 3 weeks.
You know what? That's a good point. We're already on our way out. What are we gonna do? The buyout comes weeks after the e-commerce firm filed for Chapter 11 before attempting to reorganize its assets and pawn them off to the highest bidder. I mean, you're still not going to get near what they owed. Nope. Bed Bath & Beyond was once worth $17 billion at its peak. I read an article that said Bed Bath & Beyond got 0.1% of its top market cap value.
Oh, no.
Of what Bed Bath & Beyond was at its peak. They got 0.1% of that. Brutal. But
so if you're an investor for Bed Bath & Beyond, you've been taking a bath and beyond.
Boy. Jesus, that one actually, that hurt my soul.
You're welcome.
The strategy has been implemented on other failed fixtures like Toys R Us and Radio Shack and is generally executed with the goal of reviving the brands online. And that's what Overstock did. They bought all those brands. Now they've got Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know. I'm excited. I think it's actually a brilliant move. And
now I still have somewhere to get all that shitty colored glassware I want.
Oh, and don't forget your glitter lotions.
Oh, fuck. I'm thinking the glassware thing. I'm thinking of Pier 1 imports. God damn it.
It's okay. I always got Bed Bath & Beyond confused with Bath & Body Works.
I always assumed that they were like one company, and it's just one of them also included more.
I think what the Bed Bath & Beyond thing definitely shows, though, is the death of malls. Because like all the stores, like you look at like Radio Shack and Toys R Us, a lot of those were like anchoring malls and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they all died. And now Bed Bath & Beyond, that and Bath & Body Works, both of them, pretty big mall shops. And they're just, the physical parts of them are just falling right off.
Well, then I guess I got to get more successful so I can buy and own a mall and just live in a mall.
No, what you got to do is you got to get your money together and you got to get a bunch of rich people to invest in these dying brands and then just sell it online. You got all the time in the world to make the money back. It's perfect.
Yeah, but I just want a really large house in the middle of town.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you will. Yeah, the malls you'll get cheap enough. $5 from Bobby over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Bobby. 180 away from knocking it out today. If you guys want to help out, please do. We're getting close to striking distance before we rattle the cans and try to knock out that goal and do a half hour of overtime tomorrow. Everybody now, 10, 5, whatever you got, become a VIP, whatever it is. Let's e-beg this shit into existence. 180 away from today's goal. You guys want entertainment. You want a show. You don't want fucking rattle canning and e-begging and all that shit. So let's all knock that out, do a half hour of overtime. Be one of the 2.6% that keep this show on the air. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the three best ways to do it. Those links are right there for you to click in the chat. Super chats and memberships work as well. Let's do this thing. Let's knock it out. 25 until we rattle the cans. Thank you guys very much in advance for everybody chipping in a little bit. So we got, people are telling me not to speak into existence Bath & Body Works going under.
Oh.
Yeah. Pickwick Pub, let me tell you something, but I don't care. All right? I know you're trying to get like a feud going and a fight thing going and stuff. Don't. I texted with Bob this weekend. He said we did great radio and all this. Just don't. People are doing shows. It's all phony. It's all fake. Just, I know, Pickwick, that you want to get a thing going. Just relax, buddy. I don't care what anybody else says. Everybody gets to have their fun. That's what we're doing here, buddy. So just relax. Take it easy. Enjoy the show. Oh, this guy. Always make sure that you take care of your staff, no matter who it is. I don't care how big of a company you are. I don't care who you think is like the most important guy. If you think it's a CEO or you think it's a COO, take care of everyone all the way down to the janitors because they can fuck you hard. It's kind of like the movie Waiting or Slam and Salmon. Don't fuck with the people who handle your food.
Yeah.
No matter how lowly you think these people are, they always have some kind of leverage. A janitor working in a laboratory who was annoyed by an incessant beep reportedly flipped a switch that killed the noise. Okay. It's working in a lab. It's keeping medical stuff and research stuff in there. He keeps hearing a beeping, especially if you're the nighttime janitor. That's going to drive you fucking insane. So he flips a switch, beeping stops. Problem solved.
What did the switch do?
It shut off a storage freezer, destroying decades of scientific work, according to the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute lab in Troy. The cleaner's alleged carelessness cost the lab at least $1 million in damages. A lawsuit the university filed against its third-party cleaning service charged. Well, now that's another thing. You don't hire a mercenary cleaning service. They don't take pride in the work. They're just there collecting the check. They're not an employee.
They don't
of the
know what this place is or what it does. They just know they got to empty the garbage.
Right. They just know they're supposed to clean it. That's all.
You thought the beeping was a smoke alarm?
Yeah.
Just like, change the batteries, Jesus.
Yeah, it's like when your smoke alarm goes off, you're like, all right, I'll get a new smoke alarm. I understand it's over 10 years old. So you go out to get one, so you just unplug this one quick, you take the battery out, you go to get the new one, you're like, at least the beeping stopped. Only this time, when this guy did it, it fucked the entire company really, really hard. People's behavior and negligence caused all this, said Michael Ginsberg, RPI's attorney. Well, they got a good one. Unfortunately, they wiped out 25 years of research. And you know what the best part about this is? If you told that janitor today what he did, that he wiped out 25 years of research, he'd go, okay.
Fucking beeping wouldn't stop.
Fucking beeping was annoying the shit out of me, bro. I don't care. People's behavior and negligence caused all this, said Ginsberg. The super cold freezer the custodial worker shut down held cell cultures, samples, and other elements stored at minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit. But when the worker from Daigle Cleaning Services shut off the circuit breaker on September 17th to silence a beeping alarm, the temperature leapt to minus 25.6 degrees, which damaged or destroyed the material. Okay, this is funny now. It's fucking hilarious now. But if this asshole would have unleashed like the next COVID after we just got done, we all went back to doing shit publicly for a year or two now, finally getting back into the swing of things. Kids are back in school, no restrictions, no nothing. For this asshole to turn off a freezer and launch like bubonic AIDS, I think we should have all been allowed to kill the guy. If that would have been the case.
I mean, if he had done that, though, do you think he'd own up to it? I didn't do anything, man. How do we know he turned off the circuit breaker? Is it? Did he admit to doing this, or did we have video?
Well, I'm sure if you have stuff that's that important, you've got cameras everywhere. The freezer alarm had been triggered by a mechanical malfunction that stopped the unit from maintaining a constant temperature as it was supposed to. Repairs had been scheduled for September 21st. A sign on the lab freezer door explained the source of the alarm and also bore instructions on how to silence it. No cleaning required in this area, the sign said. You can press the alarm test mute button for 5 to 10 seconds if you would like to mute the sound. Yeah, because if you're a janitor and that sound is just going and going and going and going, it's driving you insane. Especially
right, or you could learn to ignore it, or maybe mute it as the instructions on the page said. But I mean, that's weird. You can't follow some easily written instructions, but you can divine where the beeping is coming from on a circuit breaker?
Yep. He can tell it's coming from the freezer area, so he just shuts it all down, which is what you do in a research lab. You just start flipping switches and hitting buttons. That's what you're supposed to do. If you don't know what you're doing in a lab, you just start pushing shit.
Dude, he's clearly smart enough to be able to do this. They trust him with like bleach and shit. So
yeah.
Obviously.
Thank you very much to Camo Girl with $4.99. Said, here's your money. Lip Ripper with $10. Oopsie daisy, I lost it there. Hold on a minute. Lip Ripper with $10. Thank you very much. All right. 170 away from knocking this thing out today. Let's do it. It's been a grind to get there today, but we're getting closer. Thank you very much to Zen for 887. Appreciate that, buddy. That's going to put us down to 165. You guys, we can do it. We can rally. We can knock this thing out today. You can do this. You got about a little under 20 minutes until we rattle the cans and try to knock this thing out. 165. Become a 2.6%er today. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. All of it works. Thank you guys very much. So a majority of the specimens in this freezer were compromised, destroyed, and rendered unsalvageable, demolishing more than 20 years of research.
It was our last sample of Hitler's jizz. Now how are we going to bring him back?
That's kept securely in my garage freezer. We've got that one just fine. It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but what if they were close to like curing a shitload of diseases? And they're like, oh, man, these cultures are what stands between us and finally knocking out AIDS. And then this guy goes, I can't stand that fucking beeping anymore. Let me turn that shit off. How sensitive is the stuff you had in there, though, that if it goes from minus 120 to minus 22, which I always thought, hey, that's still frozen.
Right. That still seems like that should... How is it has to be that absolute cold to keep it from degrading?
Yeah. Like, if you have it that cold, I mean, I always thought frozen was frozen, which is why you should not be putting me in that lab. Zen Rhino says maybe they were keeping an alien in suspended animation and now he defrosted. Oh shit. See, all kinds of stuff. The cleaning company had a $1.4 million contract to clean the facilities during the fall semester. Well, I'm guessing that they are not working together anymore.
I feel like they might have parted ways.
Yes. We were this close to curing herpes, the scientist said as the blister popped on his lip, and he went, God damn it. I was using the ointment and it was starting to work. We thought we finally had something. You son of a bitch.
Thought I'd finally get away from this goddamn Abreva.
Do you have any idea what you've just done? Oh, Johnny, apparently they had the cure for MS in there, and this guy fucked it all up.
Oh, goddamn. Now I have to beat the shit out of him. Someone hold him down. I'm going to beat him with my legs. I'll need a wheelchair.
Wayne Chambers with $9.99 says, I'm here. Here I am, one of the 2.6% that commits 51% of the violent crime. Thank you for being a 2.6%er, Wayne. 155 away from today's goal. We're getting closer, boys and girls, especially if you've never contributed to this show. Now is the time. You know, Darren Orson raises a good point. What if this guy's like kind of an accidental hero? Because, you know, we know what happened. We know what happened in Wuhan when they started to get a little fumble fingers with the cultures and whatnot. Maybe this guy...
Still believe that story?
I mean, allegedly released it on purpose to allegedly cripple the world economy and lead to a change. Look, never mind. What I'm trying to say is maybe this guy rescued us from something worse that could have gotten out. Because you know that our scientists love to fuck around with shit that they shouldn't be touching.
He killed our only sample of Super Ebola. Now how will we cure it?
Good. Let's throw him a parade. Mr. Approachable says, holy shit, it worked. This is the cure for cancer. Let's put it in the freezer and go out and celebrate it. We'll release it to the world on Monday. They get in there. They see the freezer. They go, oh, fuck. They see the guy in the corner dipping Funyuns into top the tater. He says, what you guys doing? What happened to the freezer? Beeping was driving me fucking bonkers. So, yeah, I just unplugged it. What do you mean you just unplugged it? Well, I mean, the beeping stopped. It was great. You destroyed the cure for cancer. Well, did you keep a copy somewhere? Well, then whose fault is it really? Yours, you fucking moron. I don't know. You see how clean these floors are, though? Why don't you just wear headphones or something? Why don't you just fix your shit?
You turned off that freezer and destroyed the samples. To be clear, there was a beeping, so maybe they were destroyed beforehand.
Yeah.
We don't know that I did anything.
Travis with a good point. The guy's like, you turned off the freezer and you ruined the cure for cancer. We had a sign on there. And the guy goes, no habla inglés. Like, oh, fuck, I forgot. We hired out for this janitorial work. Shit. It's all ruined now. How do you know a virus wasn't released, says Magic 8 Ball. I'm choosing to believe it didn't. How about that? I'm choosing to believe that everything is fine because as we said in an earlier story today, it's really all we've got left. It's just...
and in unrelated news, an aggressive strain of monkeypox is out. We're once again asking communities to very much limit their sexual behavior, especially anybody that maybe is a little, I don't know, little loose in how they might get around. We don't want this spreading. Thankfully, there are no communities we have to worry about that will turn this into a wildfire epidemic.
In fairness, if it was super monkeypox, it is Pride Month, so there's a good chance it was spread naturally. And if you already have caught it and you're warning people, it's already too late. There's been 8somes out the wazoo. So.
Well, you're warning people like, I have it, but I feel fine. So, I mean, what's the risk?
Come here, puppy. That's when they stopped talking about monkeypox, by the way, is when they told the world, look, it's mostly just guys having sex with other guys. That's who's getting it, and that's who's spreading it. Then there was a story about a dog and a kid getting it, and they went, all right, no more talking about monkeypox. The monkeypox thing is done. We're not reporting the numbers anymore. Shh. We're going to get protests. Well, I mean, it may. And then the rest of us were like, why are you shutting down the conversation on monkeypox? None of us are surprised that a kid got it because, statistically, and they went, shh. We're not talking about this.
I feel like we should talk about this. Seems like a horrible pandemic. These kids are not people who are sexually active. Whoa.
There's no reason to be discussing this whatsoever. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, so prime example of what happens when an immigrant works for a cleaning company and can't read English. Or prime example of what happens, like I said, when you fucking cut corners and you think that the cleaning staff isn't important. If you've got shit in there that's worth millions of dollars, having a good cleaning crew is important. You don't just hire the fucking fly-by-night, buy-now, clean-later company that says, oh, yeah, I promise we'll do a good job. Like, if you're offering them
fix the fucking fridge.
Right? If you're...
They were waiting until September.
Yeah, if you're waiting, or if you're hiring a company and you're paying them $1.5 million, if you're offering them $1.5 million, what answer do you think you're going to get when you say, oh, do you understand the severity of the equipment we work with? Oh, yeah. Oh, all the time. Yeah, we work with all this kinds of shit. For sure. 1.5 million, you said? Yeah, all our guys know exactly what they're doing. Because
1.5 million. Well, thank God we'll be happy to help you. No. They'll be there. They'll be totally discreet.
Yeah, exactly. CK Benzona says, so a backup generator never kicked on. He only did it for the freezer. He
turned off the electricity going to it. It wasn't a power supply issue. He turned off the circuit breaker.
Yeah. So in that case, it seemed like it was intentional. So nobody fired up a generator or anything like that. All right, kids, we got about 10 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to knock out this goal today. It's been a fucking slog, but you guys are doing it. We are 155 away. We're almost in striking distance. Let's keep it going. And then in 9 minutes, we're going to rattle the cans and see if we can do this thing. We got to hit these goals to keep the show supported and keep it on the air. We run this thing at a fucking ball hair razor margin. And hitting those goals is what keeps this show going. So if you love Steel Toe and you want to throw in a couple of bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, please and thank you. And hopefully we get off to a good start this week. We got about 9 minutes before we rattle the cans. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. Become a member. Throw in a couple bucks. Whatever you want to do. 155 away. Become a VIP. That would knock out the rest of it. Let's do this next story. This is our last 8 o'clock hour story. And then hopefully we can do the overtime stories today, which we got quite a few of. We have another story about an airline worker who died on the job, Johnny.
Ah, dang it.
They were working on the tarmac. And
stress testing again.
If you're an airline worker and you're dying on the tarmac, there's one remarkably horrifying way you can think of on how to be killed. Do you have any guesses?
Ingested by an engine.
Ingested by an engine. Now, we heard about this in Dallas not too long ago. This happened in Dallas, I think, back in February or March, somewhere around there. And this time it happened in San Antonio, where a airline employee got sucked into a Delta jet and killed. Now, the only thing I can tell you about getting sucked into a jet engine is that once you stop struggling and you let it take you, nice and quick.
I don't think it's quick enough.
Well, there's videos out there that show what it's like. We'll show that in a little bit. But
Head first or foot first. That's what matters.
It's like a wood chipper, you know?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and check this out from Channel 5 in San Antonio.
Federal and local teams are investigating a man's death at the airport after he was killed by a plane engine.
It happened just before 10:30 last night. KENS 5 reporter Andrew Moore spoke to a tourist who was at the airport at that time.
When I first got there, the entire area of inside the terminal where the gates were was in turmoil.
As Michael Braun entered a terminal at SA International this morning, it was clear something went very wrong. There was a hazmat crew coming onto the tarmac and a tarp covering something up under this plane.
There was a large gray, blackish tarp, and generally in those kind of cases, there's a body underneath it.
I have a question. How does something get sucked into a jet engine and you can like consolidate all the parts?
Yeah, wouldn't that be like just a giant like streak?
Yeah, I feel like you wouldn't be able. So does this mean that they had to take like those rubber sweeping devices and like take all the parts?
We need a squeegee out on the tarmac.
Yeah.
We gotta go.
Do you have to
go push Joe together?
You have to squeegee all the parts so you can cover it up with a tarp into a nice human pulp kind of a thing, and then it's kind of.
You, Greg, that was your coworker. Why are you digging in there? He owes me $20.
You gotta look.
Transportation Safety Board says a Delta flight was taxiing to its gate last night, and a groundwork.
Okay, hold on. I already know how this is gonna go. Then everybody fucking stay put until the plane comes to a complete stop and the engines get shut off. What are you going to do? Walk towards the plane and get your job done 23 seconds quicker? There's going to be more planes. You work at the San Antonio airport. It's like the guy says in American History X when they're doing laundry. No matter how quick you get to that plane, they're going to keep bringing them in and bringing them in and bringing them in. Motherfucker, you ain't getting a stock bonus if you get the plane taken care of 13 seconds faster. So when the engines are on, stay put. Sit nice.
Delta flight was taxiing to its gate last night, and a ground worker somehow went into the plane's engine. Braun said that was shielded from view as well.
I could see the plane sitting there and the tarp sitting there. And
Look at that. They put a tarp over the engine, too, because you know what that engine looked like. It looked like a fucking tampon.
Oh, I was going to say it looked like a butthole in a bathhouse. But I mean...
oh, man, that thing was stained nicely. They put a tarp over the engine. They put a tarp over the pulp of what was left of the person. Oh.
kind of like cover over the engine.
Delta says the worker was employed by contractor Unify Aviation. That company told us today, in part, from our initial investigation, this incident was unrelated to Unify's operational processes.
Oh, you pieces of shit. The body's not even cold. They haven't even scraped up all the pieces of bone and brain matter yet. And they're already going, look, man, we didn't have anything to do with what that dumb motherfucker did. Don't look at us.
He was acting on his own.
Yeah. Oh, that was that dumb piece of shit's fault. We didn't teach anybody to go get sucked up into an engine. Oh, by the way, a terrible thing that happened. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the family, but we just need to let you know, nothing to do with it. Just that dipshit acting on his own. What a dick. The first thing you do when asked for a comment is, wasn't my fault.
Well, we're not responsible.
Yeah.
Safety procedures and policies. Out of respect for the deceased, we will not be sharing any additional information.
Wow. Thanks for being so respectful of the deceased that you just totally shit on him and wash your hands of the whole thing and then go, I'm not going to say anything else about him.
Like how you're really quick to defend yourself, though. We don't want to give out any additional information. This is very sensitive. I will say this, though. Not our fucking fault. That's for damn sure.
Look, we want to respect the family and we want to respect the deceased and we don't want to give out too many details, but all that guy's fault. All right. See you later, guys.
Neither the airport nor Delta could provide additional details either. Delta did release a statement earlier in the day that said, "We are heartbroken and grieving the loss of an aviation family member's life in San Antonio."
See that? Do you see? That's how you do that. To the company that employed the guy, that's how you make that statement. You do it like Delta did. Delta's like, yeah, none of our staff even knew what was up. All they did, all our witnesses say is they heard a sound, and then their clothes got stained. That's about it.
Our hearts and full support are with their family, friends, and loved ones during this difficult time. Andrew Moore, KENS 5.
Oh, that's a terrifying way to go.
Oh, I thought you said that's a terrifying face to come back to, because I was going to say that lady was rough. We do have audio from the plane, though. Apparently, this is what they heard on the plane.
Okay.
That's all they got.
Wow, that's remarkable that's all they recorded. Okay.
Yeah, it's that one little bit.
Oh, thank you very much. This is a saving grace. Bloody jet engine exhaust with $100 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Kyler with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. That's great, too. 55 away from knocking it out today. You guys can take care of the rest. Bloody jet engine exhaust took care of 100. You guys can take care of that last 55. We're going to fire up the music in a minute here and knock out the rest of it. There you go, guys. Everybody hop in, take care of the rest, and let's make it a successful start to the week for the old steel toe. Thank you, boys and girls. Should we fire? You know what? We got about 30 seconds left. Let's just fire up the music now, and let's go ahead and knock out this last 55. You guys are energized. You're ready to go. Let's do that, and then we got a couple of things. We're going to do more, run some simulations on what it's like to get sucked into a jetliner exhaust. That'll be fun to do for overtime, and then a bunch of other good shit that we have planned for you today. Let's go ahead and fire up the music. Let's make it a successful start to the week for Steel Toe. Here we go. All right, 55 away. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chat. Oh, they want the whistle. Hold on. I'll hit them with the whistle. I might change the music to like Druid music once the offering plate gets here.
Yeah.
And we might go to something a little more, since we'll literally have the offering plate, we might do something
You're going to have one of those people with the potpourri thing? The fucking smoky...
Oh, the incense thing.
Yeah.
Magic 8 Ball says, come on, people, do it for April. Yeah, guys, make the goal come because April doesn't. Let's do it. 55 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. You guys can do it. Just 55 away. There's Tyler starting it off with $5. Thank you, buddy. Now we're only 50 away from knocking it out today. 50 away, so we're inside the threshold for doing the extra 30 minutes. But let's knock out the rest. We got about 4 minutes to go before we try and nail this thing to the wall. $50 away, and then, of course, as soon as it gets knocked out, we go ahead and move on with the program. $50 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. Cassius says, April, yes, fuck a-hole coworkers, put them all into the chipper. Wait, what? Hope I'm not the a-hole coworker. What the fuck? Oh.
I hope I am.
Matthew Jenkins with 10. That's always very cheery to hear. Matthew Jenkins with $10 says, for my favorite e-beggars, nobody more unproud to beg than us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why deny what you are? 45 away from knocking it out today. Keep her going, boys and girls. $45, and we get off to a good start for Steel Toe this week. Lemmy with $5 says, Aaron can't fuck. Wait, what? That's the first I'm hearing about that. Oh,
he can fuck, just not very well.
Thank you,
at it.
Johnny. Thank you. I appreciate you getting my back like that. April says, can you imagine
That's what
going...
I do after the show, too.
April says, can you imagine going back to work after seeing your coworker ground up like sausage? I don't know. Yeah, I could, because I probably wouldn't really give a shit about the guy. If I'm being completely honest. April says, I'm fine. You guys can quit worrying about my box now. Yeah, guys, I took care of it. We're good. You don't think April looks like somebody who would settle for a mediocre fuck, do you? I mean, I know you're hoping, but balls deep with $5. Trash dick. Not trash dick. Thank you, Marquise, by the way, for making that a thing. I appreciate that. There you go. $35 away from old trash dick being starting off the week with success. Hit the like button, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe and all that. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. CK Benzona says, Aaron always flips the premature switch. Ha ha ha. Get it? Yes. Thank you, Benzona. Very good. I love how our audience and us and me and April and you seem to be having a better time with this than the people who want to make it a thing. It's like, why don't you guys have as much fun as we do?
We're laughing about it the whole time.
Cole with $5 says, stop fucking begging, New Boot Goofin, for your blue chew. Oh, yes, I'm going to need the blue chew as well. That's true. Wayne Chambers with $4.99 says, you know that the 2.6% comments violent crimes come from a broken single mother home. Oh my. No. $30 away from today's goal. Coltrane says, PayPal sent you, fuck. Sick of the begging. Make the begging stop. Flip the breaker. Can't. We got $30 to go. And about 1 minute left in the time here. We are doing overtime today, but we're still 30 away from knocking out today's goal. So you guys keep going. Knock it out. Keep her moving. $30 away from hammering it all out. And again, we do appreciate it. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Deadfool with $9.99 says, not true, Lemmy. Oh, you meant giving. Never mind. T Zunder says, DSP would have hit 5 times the goal. I know, we got to be just as efficient as DSP, for God's sake. Oh, my goodness. I've got some more coming in here. We've got 10 from Bits and Subs. $10 coming in from him. There you go, guys. $10 away from today's goal. $10 from making it a successful steel toe day. There you are. Knock out the rest of it, and we'll call it a successful day. There you go. Dub says you need bubbles. We certainly do. Hey, if we can get through a tough start to the week and we can knock out that last 10, we're going to be just fine. I thought
you said we're going to buy a bubble blower and we'll put it over by the humidifier.
Hey, we've got our, what do you call it? We've got our offering plate coming.
Right.
So if we can get the offering plate off the ground, I think that'll be good.
Well, if you can't lift a plate off the ground, what the fuck is your problem? Even I can do that.
Mr. St. Caesar says, you're not begging enough. Stop recording the stream and guilt trip your audience like DSP. No, we take a lot of pride in owning the way we make money and just going, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. If you try to be proud about it, people can hurt you with it. But if you go, look, yeah, I mean, this is the only way we can really do this show for a living. So here you go, guys. Here's the number. You feel like chipping in? If not, we'll nudge you all fucking day. That's how it works. $5 from Mr. Approachable says this needs to go out towards batteries for April's little bedside helper. Oh, no, I won't allow it. As soon as she brings them in, I smash the shit out of them. I say, you will live and die by my mediocre dick. Thank you very much. I'm very possessive. I'm like Billy Zane in Titanic. Dub
She has a hidden cubby somewhere in the house. It's like her own little Anne Frank collection of dildos.
I find it like a Nazi and I smash the shit out of it. Thank you, Dub, for the $10. I appreciate it. April says, I have no toys. I want the real thing. See? Now she's begging for my dick. Guys, she has Stockholm Syndrome. Somebody come in and rescue this girl. All right, let's go. I want to find out more about this jet engine thing because I need to know just how quick of a death that it is. By the way, thank you guys for knocking out the goal. You did it.
You know, the plan for your eventual death of being sucked in a jet engine?
Yeah, well, I just want to know how it's going to go.
Just too excited for Vegas. I can't wait for the plane to stop. I got to jump out in front of it.
Let's see. Getting sucked into plane engine. There we go. Woman sucked in. I don't want to hear what happens if you get sucked in by a jet engine. That's what I want to know. There's an 8-minute one. Then the rest of it is literally just news stories about people being in jail. This has happened a lot. Montgomery.
It's almost like an engine that's used to lift a giant piece of metal up into the air. Has a lot of suction to it. Maybe you don't want to be around that thing.
I heard the airplane was actually controlled by a Logitech gaming controller.
Oh, shit.
Spirit Airlines. 5 months ago, woman sucked into engine at Montgomery Regional Airport. Ground crew worker killed after being ingested into plane engine. God, there's like 5 of these in the last year. Who keeps running into these fucking things? Stay back. Wait till it turns off. By the way, worst way to go. Walking into a propeller engine or being sucked into a jet engine?
Walking into a propeller engine.
It's worse?
Yeah. The jet engine has a suck feature, and at a certain point, it is then pushing that air out. In fact,
She's gone from suck to blow.
But the point is, like the propeller engine, that thing's just going to whack and it's just going to nail you. And then either you're going to break the propeller, and if you don't, it cut you and you just fall into mush. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want the propeller.
Yeah, T Zunder says both would kill you before you could register that it did. I think that's probably pretty accurate too.
Actually, depending on the propeller one, depends where it hits. If it somehow missed the head.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
All right.
See, the engine one's complete because you are going in, and all of you is going in. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it.
That's true.
So that one will finish the job.
Let's go to this video and let's skip around a little bit so we can get right to what happens.
That gets in their way. The engine's compressor is made with many blades attached to a shaft. The blades spin at high speed.
Like my dick. Boo.
Pop it up on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. My dick or the video?
Both.
Your guys are going to be disappointed by both. Ask April.
And compress or squeeze the air.
Thought it'd be bigger.
The compressed air is then sprayed with fuel, and an electric spark lights the mixture. The burning gases expand and blast through the nozzle at the back of the engine. This creates a huge amount of vacuum for the engine. The engine sucks in a large amount of air through the fan and compressor stages. A typical commercial jet engine takes in 1.2 tons of air per second during takeoff. In other words, it could empty the air in a squash court in less than a second.
Jesus.
With the engine running on the maximum throttle and generating a huge...
Okay, so yeah, you're fucking dead immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, that it can suck the air out of a squash court in seconds. Yeah, say goodnight. You won't even have time.
Yeah, you'll have just enough time to realize you're going in, and you might get to say, oh, but you won't even reach shit.
No, you won't get to say shit.
Who survived. During Operation Desert Storm in 1991, an incident occurred on the USS Theodore Roosevelt flight deck. A 21-year-old man was making sure that the aircraft was connected properly to the catapult for takeoff. He checked out where the launching mechanism was, and he began to walk forward, but didn't make it far. The man was sucked into the intake of an A-6E, and not only was he lifted off the flight deck, but the intake also managed to rip off his flight coat, goggles, helmet, and tools. All of these things went into the engine first, causing a large explosion that likely saved his life. Since it wasn't the man who went in first, the tools and the gear damaged the fan blades and engine, causing it to shut down, which took about 3 minutes. While
you buy a fucking lottery ticket the second you get home. I want to know how many people in
They
this
let you
world-
out of the Navy, right? They don't go, well, that sucks, but you still have,
should make you serve
the whole
longer.
tour.
Yeah, they should make you serve longer after something like that happens. Like, you're going to fucking do this till you get it right, dipshit. But I want to know how many people, he's got to be in a pretty rare fraternity, the people who have seen both ends of a jet engine and have lived to tell about it.
That's a man who was meant for the Air Force and just wouldn't listen.
He can operate drones now. It's a lot safer. Loses a finger to a Predator drone. It's like, this guy just can't keep his fucking hands on his shit.
Every time you start a car, he yelps like a dog.
Oh, God help you if it backfires. 4th of July, this guy's got real problems.
3 minutes seemed like a long time. The man had another...
Actually, technically, if you start up a vacuum, this guy shits his pants.
lucky break, which was the size of the engine. Since the engine was quite big, he could hold himself just inches away from certain death as the engine fully shut down. He survived the incident and walked away with a broken collarbone, a blown eardrum, and some cuts and scrapes. While it's exceptionally dangerous to be in front of an active plane engine, it's also...
All right, let's get to the can you get sucked in thing. Come on.
To avoid any of the previously mentioned incidents, many airlines have safety protocols so that the maintenance or operations personnel don't get injured. Before starting the engine, the captain is required to ask the ground crew to visually confirm that no person or equipment is present in the vicinity of the engine.
Well, that doesn't work, because what if they really hate some motherfucker?
At least it's not my fault.
We're good. Go with, yeah.
Hey, dude. Plausible deniability. They told me it was all good on the ground.
Yeah.
It's also important to ensure that no personnel or equipment is present around the engine exhaust, as hot exhaust gases can launch a human into the air and throw them at a distance.
Jesus.
In addition, the potential hazard areas around the engine where personnel or equipment can get sucked in need to be identified. Each engine has red
marks. This is a really sweet, nice way of saying you've got to be the dumbest motherfucker alive to get sucked into an airplane engine.
And what do you know? We have collections of the dumbest motherfuckers alive. Because as you said, this is surprisingly common.
Right. I got a handful of these things just on a YouTube search in the last year. And then you've got this video going, the exhaust can blow you into the air. The engine can suck you up. They make visual confirmation that nobody's standing by the fucking thing. Don't walk in front of it when it's on. What they're trying to say is you'd have to be borderline mentally retarded. And even then you'd have to screw up some from a mentally retarded aspect to get caught in one of these things. Basically, getting sucked up by a jet engine is one of the most deserved ways to die that a human could possibly think of.
They have like a fucking special ed person working there. It's like a Make-A-Wish thing. He always wanted to be a part of the ground crew in the Navy or whatever, and he's not going to get to do that. But hey, don't worry. We got you your time at, JFK Airport, so at least you got that second up. Or runner-up prize. He's there, and they're just like, oh, God, someone got sucked into the engine. Where's Trevor? I'm not here. I'm retarded. I'm not stupid.
Yeah. When the engine goes and makes really loud noises, I run away. Attaboy, Trevor. That's how you handle that. That's what you're supposed to do. I wish you would have told old Ben that.
Markings that show the hazard areas around the engine.
All that's left of old Ben is his titanium hip he had put in the 80s.
Well, it turns out he was incredibly intoxicated at the time, which helped him because his blood alcohol was somewhat flammable, so it just sped the whole process up.
Old Ben goes into the jet engine, and you hear the last thing you hear is ping, ding, bing, bing, ding. You just hear the titanium hip hit the pavement and just rattle.
Oh, did someone just boost the throttle? Why'd we get more kick?
Each engine has different areas, but you should stay away from an active engine as much as possible.
Thanks.
It's unlikely that you'll ever find yourself in such a situation, but if you do, we suggest you smash that subscribe button and ring that notification bell.
Oh, fuck. You're worse than me. You hunk of shit. You're worse than I am. At least I stop, find a place to stop in a story, and then I become a filthy whore for likes and subscriptions. You did it as a warning of how not to get sucked up by a plane engine, you dirty bastard. And you know what?
Yeah, before we leave this video, tell me what their subscriber numbers are.
I hear you. Look, that's what's hurting me the most. That's where the real pain's coming from. In fact, I'm so hurt right now. The only thing that's going to make it feel better is if you hit that like and subscribe button and hit that notification bell, because that's the biggest one. Thanks, everybody.
But no, in all seriousness, we suggest you quickly move away from an active engine. For example, for an Airbus A320 aircraft.
I love that. We suggest you stand clear of a running engine. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's it's going to come in handy.
The inlet hazard area is 14 feet in front of and on the sides of the engine inlet. This gives you a clear indication of how far away you should stay from an engine.
Do you know how you're a disgusting, dirty discount airline? You've got your fucking website just plastered on the side of your plane.
Well, you got to make sure people... how do you see that, by the way? Because you're getting on the plane, when you're walking through... I'll admit, I've never flown, so...
Yeah, you walk through a thing. You walk through a jetway, and you go into the plane. You never see the side of the plane unless you see it, from the gate, from where you're waiting.
Yeah, but How many people are like, ooh, I'm gonna go on there and check that website for my next trip. I feel like everyone already goes to just, the findmecheaptickets.com and then they get their deals as long as it's not with Spirit, because you know what you're getting when you buy those.
Yeah. John Rio says, I'm surprised they couldn't get more educated people to pump gas into an airplane. Or, yeah, at least just the ones who, like I said, don't walk into fucking running jet engines. Devil Pup becoming a baby boot for another month says, love being here. We love having you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I got to say, I'm not trying to break the fourth wall, but whoever has the Nobody Likes Onions account in our chat, I find it hilarious when people actually think that's the guy, and he's got to get a fucking kick out of it too.
Yeah.
Because he just talks
got
about
called on it once I saw earlier.
It's happening again. Like he talks about how fat he is and how worthless he is. And then one guy, Bishop, was being like, you should cover your webcam. You fucking suck. And I don't want to give away the guy's gimmick, but at the same time, I don't want people in the chat getting all pissed off at this guy when all he's doing is saying, I'm a fat piece of shit. I fucking suck. I'm this and that. So
just let him own it, guys. Just let him own it.
Like, it's fun, but at the same time, I'm watching these people like actually get mad at him in the chat, and I'm like, guys, don't fuck yourself up so bad. My God, man. Let's open up our overtime stories, if you will. We got a couple of really good ones here. I got to choose. Oh, the Disney one will be good. Ooh, I like the Ice Cube. Oh, shit, we've got 15 minutes, and I've got 3 stories that I really want to get to. All right, Johnny. Disney losing a shitload of money. Ice Cube saying he's not part of the Hollywood elite anymore. And a nice conservative moms group getting in trouble for quoting Hitler in their newsletter. Your call.
Oh, God damn you.
Right?
All right, so I've got to do the Disney one first. We got to get Disney first.
Disney.
And then
right.
And then it's a tie between the other two.
This one I can maybe get through quickly. Disney's new the recent movies they've been putting out, like
okay, yeah.
Black Little Mermaid, which, by the way, I didn't have a real problem with. I didn't really give a shit what color the fake mermaid character was.
Yeah.
It didn't really, I guess, bother me that much. But they've been putting out like the Lightyear movie where they were like trying to toy with the idea that Buzz Lightyear was gay.
Oh, they did more than toy with it. They put that in there.
Oh, they made him gay? Okay.
Well, he has a kissing scene. We'll just say that.
Oh. Elemental was another gay one they put out and all that shit. Well, Disney box office losses are totaling nearly $900 million for their recent movies.
Uh-oh.
Not for the whole year. Just the recent ones they've put out. $900 million in losses. And, you know, a lot of that is due to the fact that they're still cranking out all the Marvel content, and the Marvel content is expensive as all shit, and they're not drawing like Infinity War era numbers anymore. Like
it's almost like the thing had a short lifespan, and they should have accepted it as opposed to let's just ride this forever. It'll never go bad. How about we make Falcon woke?
Yeah, you killed off all your superhero like superstars, the big box office draws, and then went, why aren't we drawing as much money with these movies anymore? Your Black Panther's dead. Iron Man's fucking contract is up. Captain America's contract is up. He doesn't give a shit. That's why aren't we making as much money as we used to? And then just making dog shit movies that nobody gives a fuck about just so you can put an agenda in there. I mean, it really is that simple. Disney kind of Bud Lighted themselves.
I thought you were about to say Buzz Lightyear themselves.
Well, they did that.
And I was like, yeah, they really, literally, really did.
They really Buzz Lighted them. Yeah, their losses are going to infinity and beyond. Almost $1 billion in losses. They got to have somebody come in. I'm trying to think of, was it Warner who came in and bought DC or whatever it was? Somebody came in and bought the DC movies. And remember, they said, fuck this woke shit. We're not putting out the Batgirl movie or the Supergirl movie. They're fucking dumb. Nobody's going to watch them. I'm pulling the plug on all this shit. And that was a smart move. Like, what does DC have that people want to watch? Batman, maybe Superman. After that,
The Flash could have been good if they had done it right, but they They screwed that pooch and they doubled down every inch of the way. But thank God they were vindicated by the box office sales.
Oof, God, it did so poorly. That's going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, the star of your movie went berserk and like basically groomed and kidnapped a chick. And then fucking he gets arrested and he's like, oh, I'm they, them now. And he's getting DUIs and shit. And you're like, nope, we got his back. We don't want to reshoot the scene. So we're good. He's still our guy. Then the movie comes out and people go, I don't want to support that fucking lunatic. And then the movie bombs.
But we put the Michael Keaton Batman back in it. That doesn't make it okay.
It is funny that in the trailer, they try to play it almost as much of a Michael Keaton Batman movie as much as a Zen movie, or as much as I saw Zen's comment in the chat there, as much as a Flash movie, because they're like, look, people fucking hate the guy in this movie. But you know who they love? Michael Keaton. Let's make Batman. Yeah, let's make Keaton the guy. I'm not one of these guys who's like hopes Disney loses a shitload of money or hopes they, die or fall apart. But it is funny to watch them actively try to go for a thing and then watch people fail. Yeah, and then people punish them monetarily because they're like, how about you just make good movies? I don't give a shit about the message, anything like that. Like I went to see the Super Mario movie with two of the three kids. They loved it. I thought it was good. It was solid. You know what the message was? Beat the lizard guy.
You hate one of the three kids? Why didn't they get to go?
They didn't want to go. They didn't give a shit. They don't give a shit about Mario. But the message in that movie was beat the lizard guy, which clearly was an anti-Bilderberg group stand because Mario had to beat all the lizard people.
Well, we all know that Mario is a plumber, but he works with bricks, which alludes to the Freemasons, and that's why.
Oh, so Ice Cube gave an interview recently where he said he's, quote, not in the Hollywood club anymore. Now, I want to watch this and I want to talk about it because I'm one of these people who's surprised that Ice Cube has ever been allowed in the Hollywood club. And
I think that speaks to his talent as like a writer for like the movies and shit that he did.
Yeah, like all the Friday movies he wrote by himself. He wrote by himself with other people, but he wrote those himself. A lot of the stuff he's done has been like stuff that he's had to push into the movie industry, not where they like,
like, are we there yet?
They threw him a bone on that one, but he kind of pushed his way into Hollywood. They didn't like ask him. Here's Ice Cube.
Some of you may not have realized that I'm not part of the club. And a lot of you listening to me right here, right now, you're not part of the club either.
Uh-oh. We're going, I like it. We're going back to based Ice Cube again. Here he comes, guys. If you thought old Ice Cube sold out and that Ice Cube was toting water for Hollywood, we're getting old Ice Cube back. We're getting the Ice Cube from Straight Outta Compton back where he was being interviewed surrounded by the Nation of Islam.
Kanye, you gave up too soon.
Yeah, Kanye, you had an ally coming. That's why it always surprised me that Ice Cube was so cool with show business and why they were so okay with him. Maybe it's just because he was a really good earner, but he's had comments before that he's never come right out and said it, but he's alluded to some Jew shit.
Well, I mean, he talked pretty, like, again,
I guess no Vaseline.
Right out and said it.
Yeah.
But he got pretty vocal back when, the band first split.
Jerry Heller, when Jerry Heller was getting involved, he got pretty anti-Semitic with all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the way he's been treated in the music business, I mean, you have a hard time not being skeptical, I guess. But yeah, I'm surprised that they let him in the club in the first place. And now he's sitting here going, I'm not in the club and you're not in the club. Like he's doing the Carlin bit. The only difference is with a guy like Ice Cube, when he says, I'm not in the club, you're not in the club, we fucking read between the lines and we know what club Ice Cube's talking about. So Ice Cube's one of those guys that maybe they should have kept in the club. So that's
just to buy him off?
Yeah, because Ice Cube will talk about the club.
And what I realized with the club is what makes them so mad is when you don't want to be a part of their fucking club. that pisses them off.
See, Kanye sitting back going, oh, if I would have said club instead of Jews, I would have been fine. I just had to say club instead. I go to the diner all the time. I go, I'll have a Jew sandwich. And they go, no, that's not.
Oh, club. Yeah,
am
I
I-
get those two confused
Yeah.
a lot.
No, you know the one in 4 triangles and you put chips in the middle? Like, that's a club. Oh, sorry.
Talking about. I'm talking about the club of gatekeepers that we all got to deal with.
Hey, Ice Cube, let us know when this tap dancing act you're doing is done, because right now I see a like a ring of fire, and I see you just kind of tiptoeing. I see raindrops falling down, and I see Ice Cube dancing betwixt each of the raindrops.
You know who they are, and they definitely know who they are.
Should we just play Hava Nagila at this point? I mean, Jesus.
You definitely know who they are.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Ice Cube's back.
But I can't wait to see people call this anti-Semitic, because so far he has not actually said anything anti-Zionistic in the slightest.
That's the thing, is people will look at this and they'll go, Ice Cube's being anti-Semitic, and you'll be like, well, that means that you read Jew into that. Why'd you do that?
A lot of people would be like, what? Who? Come on, man, stop playing. So ever since I put out the contract with Black America.
Oh, that was his thing where he was like, he kind of said some Republican shit in that. Like, Ice Cube's getting based in his old age, and it happens to people. But he was like, black people need to stop just voting for one party all the time because they're not doing anything for us. And, I'm willing to live.
I wouldn't say it's based so much as he just kind of woke up where he's like, hey, guys, we kind of have been carrying water for these assholes, and they just treat us like we're supposed to. It's like we're expected to do this whether we want to or not, whether or not there is any payment of any kind or any reimbursement. It's almost like a slave relationship.
They've been fucking with me. Here and there, this and that. But it's cool,
Do we want to talk about who paid to have the slave ships built? Look, it doesn't matter.
I expect that. I've been working with, on the big three for a long time, and you know how they've been fucking with me with that. I done made it, plain, simple, and clear what they've been doing. The NBA been fucking with us. Now,
you gotta, okay, there's one thing I will say, though, he's being kind of ballsy, but at the same time, you can tell, especially in this last 20, 30 seconds, he's being remarkably careful.
Yeah, he's not saying anything that can get him canceled or whatever. He's getting his point out, but he's not literally telling you who the bad guy is. You have to draw some of your own conclusions.
That's fine with me. He's not on a rant right now. He's thinking as he's speaking. He knows he's doing a high wire act right now.
A lot of people might say, but Cube, you want to work with the NBA. Really, I don't give a fuck about working with the NBA. What I want them to do when I say work with us is to stop working against us. Stop doing that bullshit behind the scenes that we know you're doing. Mainstream media. They ain't fucking with us. And that's cool. We can do it ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We still on the rise without these motherfuckers. So we don't need them. You don't need them.
Ice Cube was found, no. Well, there you go. I mean, he's not saying anything we don't already know. He spoke out about certain things. People are saying, Buddy Travis says he's avoiding getting Kanye'd. That's exactly what he's doing.
He's avoiding getting Kanye'd, and even in that, I don't know how well he avoided that. I mean, we'll see what happens in the future if we start hearing about how apparently NWA were secretly Nazis. And
Spy Pigeon says Ice Cube's brain. Don't say Jews. Don't say Jews. Don't say Jews. Buddy Travis says, and he's Ice-T, Aaron. No, he's not. That's Ice Cube.
That's Ice Cube. Ice T is the other one. I got news for you. That makes you gay.
Yeah, I see. Yo, look, I think we found a rapist. I think he's behind the refrigerator. Like that's Ice T. Ice Cube is you let a Jew break up my crew. That's Ice Cube. Ice T is the one who goes, yo, I still got like acting gigs and shit, so I ain't gonna say anything about the Jews. As far as I know,
I'm Detective Tutuola, and I have questions.
Yeah, I'm Detective Finn Tutuola. You're gay. Yeah, Roots Calhoun says he should have ended it with a shalom. Yeah, that really would have been able to bring it all together real quick. All right, I want to
tied it up with a bow.
I got a minute or two, and I think I can get through this story real quick. A local Indiana chapter of Moms for Liberty, a national conservative parents organization, apologized on Thursday for quoting Adolf Hitler in a newsletter. The Hamilton County chapter of Moms for Liberty quoted Hitler's remarks at a 1935 rally on the front page of its newsletter. On Wednesday, the quote placed directly below the masthead read, "He alone who owns the youth gains the future." That's kind of creepy in general, no matter who said it, but this is kind of a weird game that people play. Like, I think the thing Hitler says has to be horrible for it truly to be like, you get in trouble for using the Hitler quote. Just because Hitler may have said it doesn't automatically make the people who use the quote pieces of shit. Like, it's got to be a bad Hitler quote. Like, if Hitler said something like,
wrong? Was he wrong?
Right. Like, for like a Hitler quote, like if there was a Hitler quote that said, hey, make sure you feed the cat wet food because it's better for its digestive system. You're allowed to say that, even if Hitler said it. You know, I mean.
And why are you spending that much on a cat? There's tons of them, but okay.
I mean, let's be honest. Hitler said it. The LGBTQ plus community at gay pride parades is doing it. So.
Yeah, that's the other part. Like I was saying, he's not wrong. That's the sick part of this. And the problem is like, oh, we're against these people because they unknowingly quoted Hitler. Yeah, but you see the part where the people they're talking about are doing the thing.
Right. Laura Pickle says, nice to meet you. There's a quote by Hitler. Can't believe you would do that. Mr. Approachable says, oh, so you're going to treat this story like April. You're going to go real fast and not take time for the important stuff. God, you got me. All right, guys, that's it. We're out of time. At least we got to a little bit of that story. I told you we would for overtime. Thank you for the support. We appreciate it. We got there today. That is great. Thank you so, so much. We appreciate you keeping Steel Toe going. A successful start to the week. Make sure you hit thumbs up. Make sure you hit subscribe. That's huge. Both of those things. Johnny, Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Subscribe to all of them. Watch his show at 2 p.m. Central today. That's Just Kidding LLC on all those platforms. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
To the rest of you, take it easy. We'll be back tonight.